All right, everyone. It is 9:05. We can begin to start here. Good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Esquivel. I am Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Wednesday, November 6th. It is 9:05 a.m., and I'd like to call this meeting to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me here this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo and Board Member Nicole Morgan. We're also joined by our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Lawford. Our clerk of the board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her this morning is Margie Argel, Susan Reyes, and Elizabeth Carrillo. As you can see, this is a hybrid meeting with both in-person and virtual components here. For those of you joining us virtually, you're either joining us through our customary YouTube live stream or the Cal EPA website. But if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, you need to be on the Zoom platform. There's a link with a form and instructions at the top of the agenda as to how to get onto the platform. But if you're having any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help get you on the platform. Once you are on the platform, your camera will be off. You'll be on mute until it is your turn to speak on the item you've indicated. For everyone in the room, good morning. Good to see you all. We're here in Sacramento in the California Environmental Protection Agency building. A few announcements for us as well. Please do observe the exits. If we happen to have an emergency, we'll calmly fly all out to Cesar Chavez Plaza and await any further direction. Additionally, if you intend on commenting on any of today's items, there is a QR code and a laptop here at the side of the room in order to sign up. Once you are at the microphone, please introduce yourself, any affiliation you have. And lastly, for us here in the room, please do turn off any noise-making devices, put your phones on silent so that we can have an uninterrupted discussion this morning. This morning, as we customarily do, begin with public forum, and need to actually bring up my list of commenters, but look to the clerk to see if we have any public forum commenters this morning and who might be the first. All right, we'll start with Mr. John, and I apologize, I didn't hear the last name, Ms. Tyler. Coogan, thank you.
Yes, hi. How can I, do I advance the slideshow myself?
If you had slides that you were looking to share, you need to send them to the clerk of the board, and I think they are up. So we can't see them here. So yeah, just ask for them to be advanced, and they can be advanced.
Okay. All right. Well, my name is John Coogan. I represent the Rowdy Bear Preservationists, which is a group of all the landowners that abut, next slide, please. CCL 106, which I came last month to ask for the paperwork to be reviewed per the conclusion that the North Water Board came up with. Next slide. And before I do that, I'd like to quickly thank folks who might be in on the YouTube, including some officials from Trinity County, environmental group, all the landowners I believe are here, and other concerned citizens. Next slide, please. I'm going to try to do this in about 5 minutes. I had prepared a 10-minute. And just to review, the North Coast Regional Water Board said, we see some stuff, but it really isn't that big of a deal and not impacting immediate water quality. Next slide, please. And then Ms. Mogus, quickly and efficiently, thank you for that, got them to, could I have the next slide, please? Confirm what they had originally said, which was, you know, not a big deal. Now it's a big deal to us, but listen, we realize this is California, water, cannabis, and there are going to be higher priorities, but we're going to argue that the immediate impact to the watershed is not the only criterion, and believe it's being underrepresented. And the lack of enforcement encourages countywide noncompliance and confers legality, which has impacts on insurance, business, and the appeal process, and also exposes the threats, the citizen to threats of financial, legal, environmental, and physical implications. So next slide, please. We are, therefore, that is why I stressed in my original that the low impact way to do this is looking at the paperwork. Next slide, please. And the reason we're doing this is because we know that if you look at this paperwork, you will see the violations we're talking about. The violations aren't really in question. It's a question of enforcement. Next slide, please. So the road building And almost all the issues I'm talking about can be seen, as the North Water Quality Control Board said, through aerial photos. Could I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so how do we know? Now the next slide, the aerial photos. This is what when I say we're embedded in the national forest, this is what it looked like before the owner, and this is what it looks like now. You can see the runoff and the silt that's going into ephemeral streams down to the right. And you can also zoom on this to see what we're talking about. Can I have the next slide, please? So starting with road building. Next slide, please. This was not done by qualified professionals or licensed. How do I know? Because part of it went through my land and I never said permission. I never gave permits. I never saw any plans. Next slide, please. And all this is obviously in conflict with your own regulations. And you can see, for instance, that where it's supposed to be surfaced, it's not. This is your own section 2, number 22. Next slide, please. You can look at the CAL FIRE, which demands a 20-foot egress for fire trucks, also a hard surface. It's not done. You can see this by looking at that aerial picture. Next slide, please. So there's another series of things, including the gate. Next slide, please. You can see that the ditches and the revegetation didn't happen. Next slide, please. All this can be done with a computer and a phone. Same is true for excavation. Next slide, please. We had a construction company come in and state the obvious. This does not meet industry standard. Lack of toe, pad, mechanical compact, no silt fencing, wattle. Next picture, please. So this may not be the most egregious thing you've ever seen, but it's certainly not compliant. As Fish and Wildlife said over a year ago, this needed to be remediated. Next slide, please. And it also was not done, and there will be no record of qualified professionals with licenses who designed this because it's not up to standard. Next slide, please. This is true for water hauling. Next slide, please. As we know, they need to hold it 5 years of paperwork. Next slide, please. How do we know that they're not in compliance? Well, some workers told us. And secondly, you cannot get a commercial hauling license through federal land for cannabis. This is not only true for water, but it's true for marijuana starts, product, etc. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So the same is true for water waste disposal. Next slide, please. There should be receipts for properly getting rid of waste that we believe was actually buried and burned, but not properly thrown away. Next slide, please. So again, this is not really about whether or not there's violations. It's about whether it should be enforced. And we argue that it should be because, one, it impacts insurance. No one up here has fire insurance, homeowners insurance. You can't get a mortgage because we don't meet CAL FIRE regulations. For a commercial operation that's a public workspace, they would not be able to get insurance if they were found to be not in compliance. It also affects their ability to be in the cannabis program. It impacts our fire safety, and it has opened us up to lawsuits in this Kafka-esque twist in which we're being sued for falsely claiming they're not up to standard. And it also impacts the appeal process. When we go to the county, next slide, please, they simply turn around and say, the state says it's okay, so therefore it must be. So we are asking the Northwest Water Board's decision to be opened by Sacramento and to look at this paperwork and simply say, you need to be in compliance with state and county regulations, including the water boards, to get your license. And until then, it will be suspended. Next slide, please. So this will have a ripple effect on the community. Otherwise, they look and see what happens when you complain. Not only nothing, but the complainers are opened up to a variety of retaliations, legal, financial, and otherwise. And I would argue that it's the small, isolate, vulnerable constituents who need the help from Sacramento. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Coogan. I do appreciate you elevating this to the board and raising your concerns. There is a bit of a firewall when it comes to enforcement between ourselves and our unit that handles that. But I know, I believe here the vice chair has indicated she'll be following up with the Regional Water Quality Control Board, and we'll also be doing the same, just making sure that this information is sent along. And Ms. Mogus, I don't know if you wanted to comment further as well.
Yeah, I've had a number of interactions with Mr. Coogan since the last time he came to the public forum and provided some information about the details of both what the regional board has done, as well as the Office of Enforcement has evaluated the information that was compiled. There was consultation with Fish and Wildlife to determine whether an on-site inspection was needed. They chose not to expend their resources on an on-site, largely because the site is far from a stream. The Office of Enforcement, though, is happy to accept any additional information if we need to reopen the investigation and do an on-site inspection. So we're certainly happy to take that information into consideration.
Thank you for that responsiveness and that response, Ms. Mogus. And again, thank you, Mr. Coogan. Appreciate you elevating this in today's public forum. Okay, next, I'd like to go to, I believe we have a commenter here, but it's not on the platform. So next would be Ray Tahir. Mr. Tahir, I see that you're off mute, but we cannot currently hear you if you're speaking.
Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry for the delay. Good morning, board members. I'd like to call your attention to Water Code Section 13292, entitled Fairness and Due Process, which has been overlooked by the water boards. It says that the state board should provide guidance regarding procedure, policy, and regulation to ensure that the boards are providing fair, timely, and equal access to participants in board proceedings. The state board shall undertake a review of the regional board's public participation procedures. As part of the review process and upon request by the state board, the regional board shall solicit comments from participants in their proceedings. Upon completion of the review, the state board shall report to the legislature regarding its findings and include recommendations to improve regional board public participation processes. Moreover, the state is required to provide annual training to regional board members to improve public participation and adjudication procedures at the regional level. Regrettably, board, this has not happened and has been seriously consequential in the case of the LA board. At the September meeting, Norwalk's Public Service Director, Glenn Cow, and I presented on Norwalk Mayor Rios' letter, which the chair and vice chair received, which called attention to the absence of water quality standards, the hundreds of thousands of dollars of Norwalk spent on MS4 data that accomplished nothing. It also included the coerciveness of the MS4 permits watershed management program and the disparity between the Ventura and LA permit regarding watershed management program requirements. Chair Esquivel and Vice Chair Dalma have copies of the mayor's letter. The response from board member Christensen was offensive and harshly critical. As the transcripts and the video replay show, Ms. Christensen scolded Mr. Cow for not being respectful enough and even criticized his presentation for lacking bullet points. She also commanded Mr. Cow to provide evidence of the mayor's assertions. With me, Ms. Christensen's conduct was equally offensive. After my presentation, which clarified Mayor Rios' concerns, copies of the presentations will be sent to the chair and vice chair after my presentation. Ms. Christensen, without provocation, ordered me not to talk down to her. Again, the transcripts and the video suggest that nothing of the sort happened. What she lost sight of is that Mr. Cow and I were speaking on behalf of the mayor. So by extension, she was disrespecting an elected official. At the October board meeting, I did a presentation during public forum on the need for proper board conduct. It included excerpts from Bagley-Keene Act and Government Code Section 11125.7. I also did a presentation on the MS4 update. It is here where I provided the justification for the mayor's concerns and the evidence Ms. Christensen said we should have. This did not satisfy her, however. She not only did not understand the basis for the accusation, I don't think she remembered that I sent her an email a few years ago supporting a recommendation of the need for board policy on sea level rise, despite opposition from board member Jim Stahl, who happens to be a man. It appears board member Ashjan is partially responsible. Back in April, during public forum, I criticized Office Chief Counsel assigned to RB4 Adriana Nunez for her incorrect interpretation of prohibited ex parte communication. On several occasions spanning several years, I tried to convince counsel that ex parte communication is not prohibited pending adjudication, as long as the communication is disclosed to all board members. I was right about this, as confirmed by AEO Newman. Nevertheless, Ms. Ashton believed that my comments were inappropriate. I said nothing in response, but sent her an email saying that under Bagley-Keene, I was entitled to criticize the board and staff. At the next meeting, Ms. Ashton, during board member comments, made some blanket statement about misogyny, which I believe was directed at me. This, I believe, infected Ms. Christensen. I also made it clear to Ms. Christensen that accusing me of misogyny is slanderous. Also at the October meeting, I presented on the disparity between the Ventura and LA County permit as it related to the watershed management program. I said that the board allowed Ventura to slide on the WIMP because according to the permit, if the board did not approve a WIMP submitted to it, Ventura would continue to comply using this stormwater management program, which is the standard MS4 permit requirement for all water boards. So LA permittees don't have that privilege. This ruffled Ms. Camacho's feathers. She represents Ventura County, by the way, which was expressed by her interruption of my presentation, which had cut short. And when I balked, she threatened to call security, which was absurd. Further, following my presentation, Dr. Gold of NRDC had provided comments which were 4 minutes long, yet Ms. Camacho allowed him to speak despite the 3-minute limitation. Had the board,
Thank you, Mr. Tahir, and not to hear further, try to cut you off, certainly, but you know, you've gone 5 minutes.
This is the final paragraph. Had the state board implemented the fairness and due process provision, none of this would have happened. Further, even if the board were informed of the citizens' guide to working with water boards, these problems also would not have arisen. This is a clear need for some kind of attention. It appears that this matter should be handled by the Office of Chief Counsel. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for going over the time.
It's okay, Mr. Tahir. Again, we welcome all public comment here. And I know you had sent a couple of letters. We've been responsive to those. I think there's another letter in the queue that we're looking to make sure and be responsive to your concerns. Looking to Mr. Lawfer, though, if there was a lot of back and forth in what you just described, Mr. Tahir, but seeing if Mr. Lawfer has any comment.
Well, I'll just say a couple different things. With respect to Water Code Section 13292, the State Water Board did undertake the review and assessment, and actually at that particular point in time, there were a number of guidance documents that were issued by my office that are provided to all regional water board members. And we take those responsibilities to provide fairness and due process during our adjudicative proceedings, and those particular memoranda underscore that. They are part of the onboarding process for all regional water board members, and they are part of the packet of materials that's available to all state and regional water board members governing how we handle our proceedings. And first and foremost, it's abiding by legal requirements, the ex parte, the prohibition, and I want to be clear on this because I know this is an issue that's come up repeatedly for Mr. Tahir. When we have an adjudicative proceeding and it's pending before a board, the legislature has spoken. Ex parte communications are prohibited. The specific language of the statute is there shall be no communication. What Mr. Tahir is referring to is there is an opportunity to cure if there is an inadvertent communication. It doesn't change the fact that the communications are prohibited, but if without the opportunity to cure, there would be all sorts of mischief where people could essentially invalidate the adjudicator by having improper prohibited communications. So the fact that there is a process to cure doesn't fix or doesn't change the fact that the legislature has spoken clearly and unequivocally that ex parte communications are prohibited. In terms of the annual training, we do have the Water Quality Coordinating Committee meeting, which is where we have used the legal portion of the annual Water Quality Coordinating Committee to discuss procedures for board meetings and fairness and due process. And it is a recurring event as part of the legal session where we talk about strategies. But I also will note that that particular section is not self-implementing. It's subject to appropriations every year from the legislature, and they have not been provided. But that doesn't change the fact that we take our obligations seriously. We have moved significantly forward in the public participation space with additional guidance documents. And then, frankly, all of the water boards have gotten much more sophisticated on public engagement. Mr. Tahir is a regular commenter at the Los Angeles Water Board meeting. There is a lot of history. I think that there are probably perceptions on both sides, but I know that the regional board has been very open to his comments. I will take advantage of his offer to look at the specific transcripts from the proceedings, but I have found those board members to be fair and dole out time fairly to all the participants before them.
Thank you for that, Mr. Loffer, and likewise agree. And here, hope that we can continue to create the right relationship and environment for discourse with you, Mr. Tahir. And I think, again, on both sides here, need to see some continued collegial approach to all these discussions. So, but again, thank you, Mr. Tahir, and we will be responding to your most recent letter as well.
And
so
I'll be responding to Office of Chief Counsel Loffer's comments as well. And thank you very much once again for the opportunity.
Please do. Thank you, Mr. Tahir. Okay, I believe that wraps up our commenters for public forum. And again, thank everyone, the elevated issues here before the board in public forum. That now brings us to our first item of board business, which is consideration of the board meeting minutes from the October 16th board meeting. Looking to see if we have a motion.
I move adoption of the minutes.
I'll second.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call the roll call vote?
Excuse me, Vice Chair Diadamo, Board Member Morgan, and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. Board meeting minutes are adopted. Next, we go on to item number 2, which will bring us to a tranche of informational items. And the first being our summary results for the 2023 volumetric annual report of wastewater and recycled water in California. Give a moment for folks to come up. Good to see you. Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
With us today, I also have Laura McClellan with the Division of Water Quality and Annalisa Kihara. But with that, I'm Rebecca Greenwood, and I'm an engineering geologist with the Recycled Water Unit in the Division of Water Quality. And today we're going to hope to provide a little bright spot in the day with the summary of the results for the 2023 volumetric annual report of wastewater and recycled water in California. Next slide, please. So as we know, California has a really long history with recycled water, and we've been collecting volumetric data intermittently since the 1970s. The data collection for the volumetric annual report began in 2019 as a part of the recycled water policy reporting requirements. It requires the reporting of influent, effluent, and recycled water use as appropriate for wastewater treatment plants and recycled water producers across the entire state. So this report started really as a way to track progress towards the numeric and narrative goals in the recycled water policy, but it's honestly really proven its utility in a lot of different ways. And it's really helping us with the bigger water supply picture and supporting data-driven decision-making as we're building relationships across multiple data sets and programs. Next slide, please. So this is our 5th year, and we have continued our really high compliance rate, as we have a 98% compliance rate across all 5 years here. And our success in this report with our compliance has really been due to just the collaboration in general from the regional boards, Office of Enforcement staff, and interested parties such as Water Reuse California and the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. So we thank you for all of their outreach and time in completing this report. We really maintained our phased approach in making sure that all of our reports are submitted on time, working towards our April 30th annual deadline. Our first phase typically works through going initial contact, and if I'm honest, a whole lot of emails to remind people that this report is due so that we can make sure that everybody has the help needed to be able to complete this report. The second phase typically involves our Office of Enforcement, where we get involved with that staff to issue potential notice of violations for people who have not submitted the report. And then finally, following up with phase 3 and just making sure that we get all the follow-up and we have really quality data and completing any checks that need to be done, including corrections to any of the data. But through all of these phases, we just really try to promote open and direct communication through all of our dischargers and all of our regional boards to make sure that everybody can get the help they need, be it through a phone call or an email or sometimes a Teams meeting. I will say that I benefit from screen share there. But we do also maintain all of our help guides and our frequently asked questions fact sheet on our webpage, and that's always available online through that avenue. Next slide, please. So this is our map, and it is representing our 2023 reporting year. So this is 735 facilities out of 748 facilities reporting for the 98% compliance rate. As you can see at the top, there are 456 wastewater treatment plants identified. They are shown in green. There are 260 wastewater treatment plants that produce recycled water. Those are shown in purple. And then finally on the bottom, there are recycled water producers shown in yellow, and those facilities do not receive a raw influent wastewater. Rather, they treat a already treated secondary effluent from an upstream plant. And there are 19 of them. Next slide, please. So this is the better part now. We're getting into the data. So with this, we have 5 years available now, and we're really starting to see some emerging relationships between annual precipitation and this volumetric data that we're collecting. So this graph shows the total influent, effluent, and recycled water volumes that are produced. And then at the bottom of this graph, we are displaying the water type year. So wet, dry, critically dry water years. So we're going to compare a little bit in this slide, the 2022 and the 2023 data. And as you can see, the influent volumes of 2023 and the effluent volumes of 2023 are slightly higher than the 2022. But this is the first year that we have seen a slight decrease in the recycled water uses volume, which is shown on the right. Next slide, please. So let's zoom in a little bit here and focus in on those influent and effluent volumes because they really do help tell this story. But in wet years like 2019 and 2023, the influent and effluent volumes are larger. And this we have found to be because of increases of inflow and infiltration of stormwater and groundwater into our treatment and collection systems. The effluent wet year average is highlighted here in this yellow dotted line. And then in contrast, we have the effluent dry year average, which is highlighted in the gray dashed line. But with less effluent available on average in dry years, you might infer that there would be less reuse occurring. But that doesn't seem to be what's happening. Next slide, please. So you can really see that the opposite is true here when we look in at this graph. And this graph is pretty big, but it does show all of the effluent discharge categories stacked with recycled water uses together as a total volume. So basically it's everything that's treated in our treatment plants and then leaving those treatment plants. The percentages on the graph represent the individual categories kind of as a part of a total volume. So a part to a whole, just looking at that in terms of percentages. As we can see, effluent is dominated very largely, no matter if it is a wet or a dry year, by ocean discharges. So a lot of our treated wastewater is going into the ocean. But what we really want to focus in here and highlight is recycled water, which is shown in this purple color. In drier years such as 2020, 2021, and 2022, the reuse of recycled water is a lot higher than compared to wet years such as 2019 and 2023. So really what our data is showing is a little bit more of a nuanced picture about recycled water demand and use, but this snapshot can really help assist water managers in understanding that despite significant and consistent investment in recycled water projects, we might not see linear growth year over year for our recycled water numbers. But it is really important, again, just to highlight that recycled water is an especially important water supply in dry and critically dry years. But we may continue to see that is a little bit lower in wet years. Next slide, please. So you can see that my last statement's really clear when we look at these individual recycled water use categories. In a wet year, recycled water use drops in our biggest categories: agriculture irrigation, landscape irrigation, and golf course irrigation. And that's consistent with a lesser demand for irrigating when it's wetter. So that makes a little bit of a difference there. But what we do want to highlight is to the right of the slide, you can see the potable uses. And while there are only 15 facilities, less than 15 facilities, that produce a recycled water for indirect potable reuse currently, these volumes continue to be really high and dominate a lot of this recycled water use category. We did see some increases from facilities for indirect potable reuse that recently completed expansions of projects for their recycled water IPR systems or indirect potable reuse systems. But this year we did also see a slight drop in the potable volume due to some facilities that were not able to place recycled water in groundwater recharge basins that also double as stormwater catchment areas and in wet years. So what we have here is kind of a little bit of a switch. We didn't technically lose any groundwater recharge. We just were not recharging groundwater with recycled water. We were recharging groundwater with stormwater. And we do, though, continue to expect to see that this category will grow year over year in the next few years. Next slide, please. So this data always is really kind of focused on making us look at what all of our goals are, and there are many. They're set across legislation and policy and strategy, but it really does help us identify the amount of water that is potentially available to be able to meet some of these goals, no matter what the goal number is. So keeping in mind that when we're discussing this, we're focusing on the treatment and reuse of domestic wastewater under California Code of Regulations Title 22. Although California does support many broader reuse practices, such as the reuse of gray water, oil-filled produced water, or agricultural return flows. However, when we're discussing this slide in particular, it's not tracked in this system, so those are not accounted for. But most recently, in 2022, the water supply strategy set a goal for us to recycle 800,000 acre feet per year by 2030 for recycled water, and another goal for 1.8 million acre feet of recycled water per year by 2040. And most of that would focus in on us redirecting wastewater that was discharged to the ocean to recycling. Next slide, please. So this is my favorite slide, but I think that it is a lot of information, so I hope you guys can all follow. But this idea really gives us a graph of the actual potential and projected recycled water uses when we're comparing it to all of those goals that I flashed up on the slide. The dark purple bars represent the recycled water volumes collected from historical surveys and the volumetric end report, but that currently shows us where we are. If we follow along to the blue bars, the graph represents, these blue bars represent the potential effluent that would be available to recycle from ocean water discharges, showing us that if we recycle every single drop of discharge that was going to the ocean, we would still be a little bit short of even our highest goal. But the cool part of this graph is the pink, and the pink represents our projection for recycled water. And this is based on a compilation of anticipated recycled water projects that will be online by 2030 and 2040, and represent all of those people that are working in the planning phases right now. So this is really showing us where we're headed. And at this point, we're projecting that we are on path to meet our 2030 goal of 800,000 acre feet. But it really will require additional investments and project planning to be able to meet our 2040 goal. But the state board is going to continue to work to achieve the state's recycled water goals and support recycled water projects. And we'll work on that through identifying and resolving permitting and funding barriers, expanding our portfolio of recycled water projects by implementing direct potable reuse, and then funding research to advance the use of recycled water across the state. Next slide. So with this, we're really committed to using and integrating high quality data to support the long-term stewardship of California's water resources. And there's really a demand for this data set. We are regularly solicited by researchers and academia, other local government agencies and local communities for this data. And we're working in collaboration right now with a few of our partners, Department of Water Resources, Office of Research Planning and Performance, and the Division of Financial Assistance in an effort to kind of minimize duplicative reporting where we can and make sure that we're promoting integrated data that we already have. We also coordinate with the Office of Information Management and Analysis, as we do every year. Shout out to them. But they do help us with displaying all of our recycled water data on our performance dashboards, and they have helped us create an interactive map that's listed on our webpage. But we're really going to try to continue to promote open and transparent data so that we can help people make data-driven decisions and capture the larger picture of production, demand, use of water across the entire state. Next slide. So with that, I will thank you for having us today, and our contact information is available for anybody who would like to contact us about this data. We also have our webpage listed on this page, and you can check out our interactive map or any of those additional resources that I had mentioned. But thank you.
Thank you as well, Ms. Greenwood, Ms. Kahara, Ms. McClellan. I really appreciate this, and definitely a bright spot. And a good amuse-bouche, if you will, a little appetizer as we head into the next item as well with the performance report. Because to your point, all this data, all this information is here to make us better decision makers. And I think you definitely see that now with these 5 years of collective yearly data, being able to unpack some of the subtleties of what's happening out there. What are some of the influences and pressures of the use of recycled water? And so definitely see here the benefit, and it's exciting to just the compliance numbers alone show that other agencies, the wastewater agencies, the recycled water agencies themselves see the value in making sure that we aggregate this data in a way that continues to just help us understand what we can be capable of into the years ahead. So I additionally really appreciated the projections. I know part of the water supply strategy has us really taking a look at what is surveying out there, what projects are coming down the line, and helping us understand, are these targets that we can meet, or if there's work that we need to do to help continue to encourage the development of projects, but also even in the approval and the permitting process. All of this data is definitely helping to contribute to a really exciting discussion at a really critical time when it comes to managing our water resources better. So definitely a bright spot, and really appreciate this presentation and the information here. Looking to my fellow board colleagues if they have any questions, comments. And we do have a couple of commenters. So I'd like to first then call up Rosario Cortez, be followed by Jared Boskel. Good morning, good to see you. You may need to turn the mic on. I think it's still cold. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Esquivel, members of the State Water Resources Control Board. Rosario Cortez, Manager of Regulatory Affairs for Water Reuse California. And thank you for the opportunity to address you this morning. We appreciate the board's support of recycled water and potable reuse as a critical water supply for California. It's key for diversifying local supplies and improving our long-term water resilience. And as was noted in the presentation, it's a goal of the governor's water supply strategy. We really want to thank State Board staff for their ongoing communication and outreach. The 98% response rate over so many years is just a great result of that open dialogue they maintain, and just really appreciate that partnership. We did want to add a little bit of context as to why the numbers are slightly lower this year. And as you know, 2020 through 2022 were the 3 driest years of record, with 2023 water year delivering 141% of statewide average precipitation with an exceptional snowpack. So in wet years like 2023, our members observed that precipitation just provides that necessary groundwater recharge. So reducing the need for potable reuse, but still increasing overall groundwater storage. And net positive for broader water resilience. So greater precipitation also reduces the demand for irrigation and the demand for recycled water, which again is a good thing overall. And some of our large members did also experience some facility related issues. So I just wanted to note that as well. But staff is well aware of all of that. And this also does remind us that the importance of county water that is used for environmental purposes. While not Title 22 water and therefore not included in the VAR, that recycled water is taking pressure off of other water resources and should be counted in these totals. So, and we really just stand at the ready when January rolls around again to help get this module and get all those responses at a high response rate. And I did want to also appreciate State Board staff. They did a lot of coordination with Department of Water Resources Urban Water Management Plan this year. And while that's one of the things that goes kind of unseen, it literally has been days and hours that they've spent helping them understand what the data you provide. And so we really appreciate that. And again, we share your commitment to climate resiliency and just thank you for your ongoing support.
Thank you for the really critical partnership. I appreciate providing some context for some of the numbers as well. And thanks for being just a critical part of this common success that we have. Thank you, Ms. Cortez. Really appreciate it. Next, I'd like to call up Jared Voskuil.
We have a height variation here, so good morning. Good to see staff and management. Jared Voskuil on behalf of CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents 135 wastewater agencies and municipalities across the state. And this is a perennial item. We're always excited to see the data come in and see what the report shares and shows. Like Rosario, we wanted to acknowledge our membership and the response rate and the work of staff to close the gap where there were those issues with getting it. But 5 years in a row, 98% is nothing to be shy about. And likewise, we want to acknowledge staff and the presentation they just provided. I think seeing all these analyses and showing trends over time, really invaluable and great to have that analysis and that depth of understanding. One of the things that really stuck out to me was the change from the recognition of a wet year in 2019 and a similarity in 2023, but that being different than the other years. And I think we really appreciate that distinction. On some of the indoor water conservation studies, we're also contemplating what that means with DWR. And so seeing that really distinguished there is important. I would draw attention to the numbers from this past year being 30,000 acre feet higher than the wet year in 2019. So even if on a trend, it was a decrease from last year, from the last wet year, it still was an increase in production. And we want that to be acknowledged. And then with regards to mention to the volume of discharges to the ocean, we also want to make sure we draw attention to the 4 large agencies in California that are, have the flow coming through their facilities. All 4 have complex, massive water recycling plan and programming going on right now. So to that volume, it will be handled in due time. But there's also ramifications for that with issues like nutrient management. But we want to draw your attention to that. And then lastly, with the strike team, they finished their report last year and they undertook an excellent evaluation to figure out what are those permitting barriers. And now as this year's going on, DPR regs are on the books. We're starting to see that roll out. And so I know that document's finished, but the work remains and water reuse and CASA is standing on the ready to help out. So with that, excellent work team and thank you.
Thank you as well. Again, also really appreciate the partnership and connecting to the individual wastewater treatment plants across what are, I know, a lot of pressures, but a lot of really great work collectively. So thank you. All right, well, that concludes our commenters, and if there isn't anything further from the board members, just huge thanks. Really looking forward, and I know the work, it feels never ending. It's like on to next year's numbers, but you have a lot to be proud of all here collectively, and just really appreciate this information. So thank you. All right, that wraps up item number two, and brings us to item number three, which again, that was a good taste a bit into the data work that the board is doing. And now we're going to do a real deep dive. And one of my favorite items, which here, item number three, will be an update on our yearly performance report. Give a moment for folks to get situated. And here I'll take the quick privilege at the top just to say that this is a bit of a bittersweet item, because I know, Bev, this is your last item here before us on the performance report, and just have to start off with incredible amount of thanks to your leadership. Year after year, this report has just continued to improve and be a really critical part of us understanding the collective work we're doing, and just have to thank you really at the top for your leadership. And I'll thank you again at the end of it as well. So be prepared. So hand it over to you. Thank you, Bev. Greg, please. Thank you.
Well, I just want to acknowledge that this has been a long-standing program with a lot of great leadership throughout the way, including Eric Oppenheimer in a previous version of his career, and then Rafa in the back, channeling Tam and Karen Turgovich and others that have really championed a lot of this work. So with that, I'll just hand it over to Bev.
Thanks.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. As you know, my name is Bev Anderson-Abbs, and I'm the lead for the performance reports for Water Resources Control Board and work in the Office of Information Management and Analysis. We're going to be presenting a summary of the fiscal year 2023-2024 performance report this morning. So let's have some fun. Next slide, please. This past year was the 16th year of the performance report. So as Greg mentioned, it has been long running, and there's been a lot of work going into this for a lot of years. It draws on data from many databases used by the water boards. In the last couple of years, we've been focused on adding dashboards for some new programs and ones that haven't had measures in the past, working with programs to update targets and measures, and transitioning to the new performance team, which is beside me here. We've been working with the 401 certification program to build a no net loss dashboard, with a composting division on moving their annual report to an interactive dashboard to be used for reporting and to add to the performance reports when we get that up and running. And we've continued to work with water recycling on tracking and reporting data from the volumetric reports as performance measures, as they've taken on the work of updating a lot of their dashboard data themselves. Next slide, please. These performance reports have been a web-based summary of the work done by the water boards, organized by major functions such as enforcement, regulation, and planning and assessment. They document our efforts to protect and allocate the waters of California. The reports have been used to help us learn from successes and challenges in major mission areas, and to systematically manage and evaluate programs, activities, and priorities, and to improve the efficiencies of some of these programs while we've been improving the efficiencies of the performance reports themselves. They're actively used by many program staff to make sure data have been input correctly so that we can pull out the data that they expect to be in these databases. And they're being used to track work that the different regions and programs are doing through the year. Next slide, please. And now let's take a quick look at what we're finding in the performance reports. Unfortunately, the performance reports is not easy to locate anymore. So if you haven't been there, or it's been a while since you visited the page, you can find it by scrolling to the bottom of any web page of the water boards. And down there, you'll find the performance reports link. under the resources title. Once you get to that, next slide, please. That will take you to the performance report landing page, the most recent year that we have, and that has just been put public as of yesterday afternoon. So everything there is up to date. In the next few slides, I'll provide a summary of some of the major targets and measures that we track with the performance reports. Next slide, please. Inspections are a primary tool used to determine and document compliance of the facilities we regulate, and bear pointing out some of the trends and insights that we can get from the performance reports. Overall inspection numbers have been increasing since the pandemic shutdowns, as you can see in the two charts on the left, but they're not up to the levels that inspections were being done prior to the pandemic. Staff losses in some regions have made it difficult for them to reach these inspection levels. And in some cases, weather conditions make it difficult for them to get out and do inspections in some areas. Some programs have US EPA commitments to inspect facilities on a certain schedule. The National Pollution Discharge Elimination System, or NPDES, major facilities require inspections every 2 years, while for minor facilities, it's every 5 years. This loosely converts to inspecting 50% of major and 20% of minor facilities each year. And for stormwater facilities, the number of inspections conducted needs to be 10% of the facility numbers. These levels required by the US EPA 106 commitments are directly used to set targets for those programs under the performance reports. Although converting these requirements to a percent is not quite an accurate way to look at the data, we have been working with US EPA and the NPDES program to ensure that they are inspecting the facilities that require inspections on those schedules. You can see by the pie chart on the right and the information at the top that 56% of NPDES major facilities and 26% of the minor facilities did have inspections done in this last year, so exceeding the US EPA 106 commitments. Next slide, please. Those numbers actually roll right up into our targets to develop a major part of the inspection targets that we have. At the beginning of each fiscal year, the state and regional boards, divisions, and offices establish targets for the workload to be achieved during the upcoming fiscal year. Then at the end of the year, we determine the actual work completed and compare it to the targets to assess program performance. This graph shows the statewide targets achieved across the regional boards and the state water boards divisions and offices in 3 categories: the inspections targets, the permitting targets, and all other program targets, which includes things like TMDL and basin plan amendments, cleanup activities, funding, enforcement, things like that. So a lot of different things fall in under the all other targets. Generally, inspection targets are met at a fairly high level. They're a little easier for regions and programs to schedule and do because they tend to be short-term projects. Permitting targets, sometimes a little more difficult to meet. They take quite a while to write new permits or update permits, and some of the permits are becoming very complex with adding things like recycled water or composting to the permits that are being written. So they're taking a little bit longer. And then under all other targets, things like TMDLs and basin plan amendments can be multi-year projects, and they're difficult to set and meet targets for. So we see a little bit lower meeting of those targets in our annual reports. Next slide, please. Looking at the targets achieved in a slightly different way, this slide shows the percent of targets achieved by each organization for the last 2 years. You can see here that the percent of targets achieved by the different regions and the state board varies pretty dramatically with lows in the 60s to 70% and highs almost in 90%. And we've had some 90% achievement in the past few years. While the regions indicate that they directly use these performance reports for management, they all indicated they feel having the targets helps them set their annual work plans and provide reports to their various boards on their annual board meetings. While we're showing the 9 regions and the state board on one graph, the intention is not to compare performance region to region. Resources differ dramatically, as do regional board needs and priorities. So the way they set their targets are dependent on some of those differences. However, the regions do establish their targets and should be considering those priorities when they set their targets. But we are seeing a lot of improvements over the years. Next slide, please. The last 2 slides showed how well we set and achieved our workload goals, but they don't really give an idea of the terms of the total volume of work, which is hard to give on a single slide and hard to give on many slides. This slide gives a summary of some big picture numbers, the number of facilities that are covered by our regulatory programs. And you can see that that's been increasing over the last several years. Numbers of inspections conducted, things like this, and also recently including water rights holders numbers, which also are increasing pretty dramatically, and then some drinking water information there as well. Next slide, please. So now I want to take a look at some of our newer dashboards that we're working on, going to the performance report. You can access the performance report through that link if you have the PowerPoint available to you. So next slide, please. First, I want to take another look at inspections in a slightly different way. OWEMA has been working with programs to develop a dashboard to track the time it takes to upload an inspection report following an inspection. Currently, this is an internal dashboard, but will be moved to a measure and eventually be used to set and track targets for some of the programs. Next slide, please. In this dashboard, you can look at programs or regions separately to see how well inspection reports or how quickly inspection reports are being uploaded to the various databases. You can filter for inspection types to see if there's a difference in how quickly those get uploaded and how individual inspectors are doing with report uploads. The ability to drill into the data in this dashboard can provide insights valuable to management of the programs. One example of data you can access includes inspections by individual inspectors. For example, we have an inspector who is also about to retire, who has completed over 4,700 inspections in his time with the water boards. So there's a lot of data that you can access through this dashboard, and we expect it'll be a very well used performance reporting tool. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. In another area, under the land disposal program, the composting general order was adopted in 2015 and revised in 2020. This general order included a requirement to develop performance measures and report on the implementation of the order. For the last few years, progress has been reported annually in a written report. OWEMA has begun working with staff to transition this report to an interactive dashboard format that can be added to the performance report. And since they have performance measures that they are required to be meeting, it will be an easy one to move to include the measures and potentially targets as they move forward with the composting order. Some difficulties with the data and data access will need to be overcome to make this work as well as some of our other dashboards. But the collaboration with the program is ongoing, and we expect to have this hopefully in time for their annual report to you in December. So we're looking forward to seeing this one up and running. Next slide, please. Another program where we've been working with is the 401 Water Quality Certification Program. This program has had a measures dashboard for several years, currently tracking the number of active projects, the applications received during a fiscal year, and the time it takes to process water quality certification applications. This addition to the performance report several years ago has been helpful to the program, as they had been fielding complaints and anecdotes about how long it takes to get a 401 permit. Being able to show applicants the data in the performance report and even drill to a project to see where it might be getting held up has been critical for the program telling the true story and moving conversations to more productive areas. Next slide, please. To add to that success, OWEMA has been working with the 401 program to develop a no net loss dashboard that will eventually be added to the current dashboards that they have. This dashboard allows them to look at permanent impacts to aquatic resources and to mitigation activities to address any losses, including a restoration projects page. This allows them to track how the state is progressing on no net loss of wetlands, which goes back to the 1970s when President Carter adopted the national goal in 1977. The program has been working to clean up the data, which is in many formats right now in several locations, so the dashboard can actually compare things appropriately. We anticipate this outcome dashboard to be available sometime next year as we work closely with that program to get all of the data up and available on the dashboard. Next slide, please. You heard a lot about this dashboard just prior to us coming up here. This is another recently added dashboard to the performance reports for the recycled water program. We work closely with this program to capture the data and the changes in data collection methods since the program began in 1970. You can see on that bar chart that annual recycled water use in recent years is approximately 4 times as much as it was in 1970 when the program started. And they're, as you saw, working on getting more and more recycled water into the system. In 2019, the program switched to a volumetric annual survey for data collection. We've tried to capture that change in the dashboard. Data prior to the switch is not directly comparable to the data since they made the switch to the volumetric annual report, but we're working on showing it as easily as we can. Next slide, please. With the new volumetric annual survey data, though, we can explore this in many different ways. And you saw a number of different ways of drilling into the data and exploring what's available in that previous presentation. We have a geospatial filter that allows you to see facility locations on a map. Additional filters can allow you to take a closer look at regional changes and things that are going on for each year of the volumetric report. So a lot of interesting information can come out of this dashboard. Next slide, please. My presentation would not be complete without exploring some information about the TMDL program, as this is one area where we can see our efforts are making a difference in the water quality that we're out there protecting. With the total maximum daily load, or TMDL, and non-point source measures, we can start looking more at the results of the various programs, the outcomes of the work that are being done by the water boards. Since 2010, 2011, 286 water quality report cards have been written by the region, covering 201 separate projects. Several of the projects have had one or more updates to cards and data as things have progressed in those projects. And there's a few things I want to point out that we can learn from the data from these cards. One is that there's 138 cards illustrating projects with improving conditions or TMDL targets met. So that's a fair number that we're seeing improved water quality conditions. Pollutants, some pollutants show better improvements than others. Bacteria, pesticides, metals, and mercury tend to show some of the better improvements. And these are often tied to direct permit conditions being added to facilities or other direct actions like cleanups of mercury, things like that. Next slide, please. When we look a little more closely at the data in the dashboard, we can see some other patterns emerge. Overall, point source pollutants have slightly better success rates than non-point source pollutants. Again, often tied with direct actions that can be taken to point source polluters. Report cards assessing pesticides show the most improvement, with 25 projects with conditions improving or targets achieved. And these, again, are associated with direct actions, things like banning of pesticides. Nutrients and bacteria are assessed and reassessed the most often. And nutrient assessments have the next best improvement behind pesticide assessments, with 23 projects showing improvements. These seem to be linked to non-point source 319 grants and agricultural actions. Trash is a relatively new addition to the TMDLs and to the report cards. We've only had 8 projects with report cards because of this. And again, action to address the pollutant is often direct trash capture by facilities. And based on these report cards, we're seeing fairly quick improvement in the concerns of trash, with 6 of those 8 projects showing improvements in what we've got. Next slide, please. Even more exciting for me is this addition to the water quality assessment is Region 3's work to create a report card tool that they can build assessment cards for everything that they have in their TMDL program. So this tool allows them to select a water body or water body segment and a pollutant, and the tool automatically builds the report card for them. So it spits out everything they need, the scatter plot for the nutrient or for the pollutant that they've chosen, and a map showing the locations of the monitoring locations. Using this tool, they can then very quickly move the data and information into a one-page water quality report card. Next slide, please. And that can be used to post on the website or handed out as a simple one-page summary at any meetings if they have questions from people. So this has been a huge improvement for Region 3. They no longer are stressed about getting their report cards written and to me, and it's made their lives much, much easier. So that's exciting for me. Then another thing that I want to point out, every year I select one of the better report cards to highlight. This year it was really difficult for me to select one of the better report cards. Next slide, please. Because they were all so good. So I did select this one from Region 2, covering San Francisco Bay PCB's TMDL, where they are showing improvements, lower levels of PCBs in some of the fish that they're capturing, well under the TMDL allocate or the load allocations. Just some really great things, and all the other cards that came in this year are just really nice to read. They've got some good information. I'd like to encourage you and everyone to take a look at those report cards. If you look at nothing else in the performance reports, those report cards have got some amazing information about what's going on in the various water bodies. Next slide, please. As we move forward, we're continuing to improve the performance reports, and we're working to fill in program gaps over the next few years. Some program data are still difficult to access, and that's being worked on, or they're in formats that require significant work to make it machine readable. But we're continuing to work with the programs to address some of these issues, and we're hoping to see some more dashboards added to the performance reports besides those few that I highlighted today. Next slide, please. And then over the last several years, we've been using the performance reports to allow us to streamline data communication with US EPA, as I went over with the inspections information. We're also using the reports to find and reconcile data quality issues with the programs and regions, and work with the executive to set targets and provide feedback. Some of the regions and programs are directly using the performance reports for their own work plan management. Next slide, please. Region 6 has gone in directly and pulled out the data from the performance report to present to their board, showing that they are improving their performance over the last several years. They had a bit of a setback between 16-17 and 17-18, and they're using the target setting in the performance reports to just gradually continue improving how they're functioning in the work plans that they're setting. Next slide, please. And with that, I would just like to finally introduce the performance report team. You met me. Taking over in the transition team will be Kieran Cower and Allison Callalang. And then Jeff Staple is our main lead on the web pages going up. And I do have to add a thank you to Kristen Azar for her last minute stepping in yesterday at like 5 o'clock to when I caught some errors that were coming up on the web pages. So without the IT team and without Kieran and Allison this past year, it would have been very difficult. And as I prepare to run very long distances into the sunset, I believe that I'm leaving this in very capable hands.
Here, completely agree. And just thank you and the entire team. I know that it takes to get this report done. And I also encourage everyone to really dig deep, go in. There's a ton of information here, and just really appreciate the continued improvements to the usability of this all, and the outcomes. The TMDL outcome report cards are fantastic, and really appreciate the improvements I know that Region 3 did here, and better automating a lot of that. It's going to, the scale and scope of this performance report, I think will continue to make ensure that we continue to look to automation like that to make it more manageable and ultimately more actionable. And just appreciate the tying of those outcomes to then those specific permitting and other widgets that kind of speak to the outputs, if you will, and then connecting those to the outcomes, I think is just really powerful and tells a really a complex but improving story when it comes to the quality of the state's water and these goals that we have, like the no net loss of wetlands, and then but also recycled water, et cetera. There's a lot of goals that we have certainly in water, and this is really helping us and the regional boards continue to focus on how we implement and how we get to these incredible outcomes that we're needing. So just huge thanks. Again, this is the importance to openness and transparency in this critical time is just really appreciated. And it's taken, and proud that it's 16-year history, and it's taken us to this amount of time to get as good at this as we are. And so a lot of thanks to a lot of leadership that like former chair and board member Dodek and others. And I appreciate, Greg, your acknowledgement even of Eric's time overseeing this really critical report. Looking to fellow colleagues for comment, questions. Vice Chair,
Well, I concur. It's just been great since my time on the board to see how this report has evolved. This one really stands out as I think showing how the regions are utilizing it more for their target setting, tracking it in terms of inspections and that sort of thing. But then also telling the story, giving the public a place. If you don't have a lot of time to sort through an entire website, this is a good place to start. And I really appreciate the addition of recycled water for the 401 program. That's really important because I think a few years back, there was a lot of criticism about how much time it was taking. This is one central place to go where you can better assess how that program is and then go from there if you want to take a look at one project in particular. So thank you so much. Thank you to the whole team and all those. And I appreciate the shout out to Tam Dodick, because I know that this was her baby, and she would be really proud. I know sometimes she tracks, so if you're out there, Tam, hello and good work. And just really want to thank you, Ms. Anderson Abs, and best of luck to you. This was a good place, to transition over to the new team, and really appreciate your work through the years.
You, Vice Chair. Yeah, a lot of incredible momentum. Board Member Morgan.
So agree with everything that's been said, and just want to express my thanks. It has been just remarkable just to see the report from the beginning to now. I just really want to thank the entire team and you, Bev, for just the energy and effort that has taken to get it to this point where it is just a really useful tool. I completely agree with, if you really want to learn about the boards and the work that we do, and, just the time and what we have on our plates, and just the amount of work that staff do to really take a look at these reports. There's so much great information that is there, and it really does tell a story over the years. You can take a look and compare from year to year and see just the remarkable work that all staff have done. And that is, thanks to you and your team, to where that story is being told and it's available to the public, and also internally, if you're interested in just seeing what other teams do and just the water board as a whole. So just really thank you. It has been great working with you, and you will be missed.
You're here, board member. Yeah, especially in inspections, you see as COVID hit, and that just the inspections numbers dropped, and we're building back up from that. But important to see that is really ultimately reflective of what's happening in the board, and can be explained by the current events as they pass. Mr. Bishop.
Just want to take a moment to thank Bev, and this will be the first year since the report has been that I haven't been involved. Karen took over that role this last year. She did a fabulous job, but I want to thank Bev personally for, 10, 12 years of sitting in meetings with all the divisions and regional boards every year to go over the targets and to go over the performance, and just done a great job. Thank you.
Here. Huge thanks, Bev. And this performance report also really helps inform our fees discussion as well. And so, this is a report that's used throughout the year. We continue to circle back to it. And again, is one of our most powerful tools in being able to really communicate what we're doing. So I can't keep enough thanks to the team, and really look forward to just the continued future improvements I know that are on the horizon here. Again, I think the work at Region 3 is sort of a taste of what can be further exported out when it comes to just making the data more actionable, more fresh, and automating and creating workload efficiencies, if you will, when it comes to all that has to go into making this report. So just huge thanks, a lot to be proud of. And I don't think we have any commenters, so just huge recognition to you, Bev. Oh, and Karen, apologies.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I just want to plus up the thanks to Bev. I wanted to add that the scrutiny of your performance can create a conflict. And in every one of the meetings that I attended, state board and regional board organizations, all of them thanked Bev for her professionalism, her grace, her willingness to work through issues. And so she's just beloved throughout the entire water boards, even though she's responsible for looking at their performance and reporting out on it. So yeah, I just wanted to also thank Bev for her work.
You're here. Thank you for that, Ms. Mogus. And thanks again, Bev. I really appreciate, again, you and the entire team. So much well-deserved here, a break from it all. And I look forward to you being able to tune into future performance reports, which you may not want to do after all of this. Yeah, but thank you so much.
I would like to say that I am sorry that I'm going to be leaving before Region 1 produces a report card on the removal of the dams on Klamath River. They assured me that that's going to come this year because they're already seeing amazing improvements. And I've been following that since I worked for Department of Water Resources 15 years ago. So that one I might have to make sure I come back for to see what's going on with it.
Look forward to seeing you back for it, and agree that it's a huge accomplishment. It'll be a great report card to be able to lift up. So many thanks, many thanks. All right. Well, that wraps up item number 3. And again, just an incredible amount of thanks to everyone for the great work, and look forward to continued iteration off of it. Thank you, Bev. Okay, now brings us to our last 2 informational item tranche before we get to our board workshop. And so next is item number 4, which is an update from the Office of the Delta Water Master. You.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. It's good to be with you today. Thank you for this time. Next slide, please. What we're going to do is to kind of build off of a report that you had from the Division of Water Rights on water data reporting that I think will provide an in-depth window. And I've asked our Senior Water Resources Control Engineer, Will Anderson, to extract some data from our Water Year 23 reporting and share a bit of a window on what we might look forward to in Cal Data water modernization efforts overall. Additionally, we want to talk about the core program in that effort, the Delta Alternative Compliance Program, and where we are today and implementation of that effort. And how all of this integrates with the use of OpenET as a fundamental indexing tool to measure consumptive use in the Delta and to provide a window on other issues intersecting our work in the Delta. Next slide, please. I think overall in the report a few weeks ago that the board heard from the division, Jessica Bean characterized the work that we're doing in the Office of the Delta Water Master as high touch and high detail, and I would concur. And so I want to really applaud the team that was here doing the developmental work on integration of OpenET as a reporting platform under my predecessor, Michael George, Lindsay Kameyer, and then the work picked up by our current team in the Office of the Delta Water Master. And so just to give you a sense of where we are in a bright spot, hitting a 98% reporting threshold across 1,300 distinct water rights holders in the Delta and 3,000 points of diversion and places of use. And so we're at a point also where this effort that was undertaken and really affirmed in 2021 as the critical pathway to integrate all Delta reporting in the deltaacp.com platform is now the preferred source for 70% of those 1,300 water rights holders across the legal Delta. And so this really gives us, I think, getting to one data in terms of our understanding of consumptive use and a pathway, candidly, to accelerate our understanding of real-time consumptive use in the Delta in integrating satellite and telemetry data better and more effectively over time. Next slide, please. So, and just in context, going back, this effort is really fundamental to the implementation of water data reporting required by Senate Bill 88 from 2017. This pathway and using OpenET data provides a real mechanism that that we can validate across multiple data sets and for consistency, reliability, credibility, and integration with new experiments and better understanding of how we look at metered data in the Delta alongside data from eddy covariant stations locally and other means of measuring water diversions and water use in the Delta. So really, this is a pathway that has been a collaborative one across the Delta water agencies. Especially want to thank the work of Central Delta Water Agency in driving a framework that has been completely transparent, integrated across the water community in the Delta, and really one that is designed to build confidence and to build engagement in deeper science and an understanding of how we're measuring water use in the Delta. And so with that, let me turn to my colleague, Will Anderson, to give you a bit of a deeper dive in some of the data that we're looking at and extracting from OpenET.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel, board members. I'm Will Anderson, a senior water resource control engineer specialist in the Office of the Delta Water Master. Today, I'm going to talk about a few of the technical aspects of water rights reporting. The first of these aspects, next slide, please, is the OpenET technology, as Jay mentioned, for estimating evapotranspiration as a measure of consumptive water use, typically on farm fields. OpenET derives these estimates from Landsat satellite images collected about every 8 days. We see that this approach works particularly well for subsided islands in the Delta, for which it's difficult and expensive to measure by traditional methods. This slide shows a new web tool developed by the OpenET organization that makes it fairly straightforward to derive estimates of water use based on field, island, or district boundaries. Highlighted is a 1,000-acre place of use boundary on Staten Island. Peak water use in the summer of 2024 was in July, estimated to be approximately 10 inches of evapotranspiration, which is equal to about 843 acre feet. It's my understanding that the end of water year 2024 is still being finalized for use in water year reports, but this just shows how current we can get and how we're seeing a rapid acceleration and democratization of access to these data and reports. Next slide, please. To be clear, OpenET is the technology and the data repository, and Delta ACP is the alternative compliance program for water users in the legal Delta that uses OpenET to create their annual use reports. A crucial part of this program is delineating the water rights place of use boundaries that match up to points of diversion, as seen in this image. This requires water users or their agents to draw out the boundaries of their fields and place of use. A big reason for the success of the Delta ACP program is the multi-layer stakeholder partnership that we've developed with the local Delta water agencies and their constituent users. A great deal of the credit, as Jay mentioned, for this goes to the Central Delta Water Agency, to Brett Baker and the Nomolinis for developing the Delta ACP website and for helping draw out many of the POU boundaries. In this figure, we see a distinctive area of the San Joaquin River at Mandeville Cut and the surrounding islands, points of diversion, and delineated place of use. Next slide, please. This next slide shows all of the Delta ACP places of use shown in tan, which account for just over 319,000 acres of ag lands that are participating in the program. This map also shows some of the larger ag and urban districts whose service areas cover a lot of the areas on the periphery of the legal Delta. These larger districts typically have central points of diversion for which they make reports to ERIMS by the traditional measurement approach. It's worth noting that with 98% reporting compliance overall, most of the white areas shown in this figure also do have reports on file, but we just haven't delineated the place of use for the rest of these yet. So we are developing a fairly comprehensive coverage of the geographic area and filling out parts of the jigsaw puzzle. Next slide, please. This shows a preliminary analysis of water use intensity for water year 2023 based on the reporting data that we have. Credit to this slide I'll give to my young colleague, Alex Burke, who's here in the audience. This map shows, based on the data that we have received, this is the same area that was shown on one of the previous slides of Mandeville Cut and a few of the surrounding islands. The OpenET results are showing the neighborhood of about 2 to 4 acre-feet per acre, as shown by the color scale, where the lighter color, green, represents a higher water use. The figure on the right side shows this proportional intensity across the wider delta. Next slide, please. Another way to look at the water year 2023 reports is graphically by point of diversion. This map shows all of the delta points of diversion that have reported as the gray circles, with the size of the circle proportional to the relative size of the reported diversion for 2023. In yellow and light green, we see the larger project export diversions represented. Adding up all of the reported diversion, the total for in-delta use was approximately 1.3 million acre-feet, and project exports were about 5.2 million acre-feet in that very wet water year. It should be noted that most of the project exports do originate upstream from water rights in the upper Sacramento, Feather, Trinity, and American rivers. Next slide, please. Finally, I'd like to describe some of the science research work that's been done to ground truth and to reinforce confidence in the OpenET approach. There are 12 research sites in and around the Delta where there are eddy covariance towers installed, as we see one in the picture here. Eddy covariance is another name for the measurement of wind and atmospheric turbulence that are the main drivers of evapotranspiration. 6 of these are installed and operated by the UC Cooperative Extension based out of UC Davis as part of the Delta Drought Response Pilot Program. And 6 are installed and maintained by researchers at UC Berkeley. And these are focused mainly in wetland and restoration areas, which are currently a high priority. Our office holds quarterly meetings that we call the Delta Measurement Experimental Consortium, or DMEC, as an open forum to assess and compare different methods for water measurement and to evaluate the state of the science. With that, I'll turn it back to Jay.
Yep. Next slide, please. I want to also just note Will's description of the Delta, and if you can imagine this sort of network of more than 400,000 irrigated acres of land, as Will noted, 70% of that now enrolled in Delta ACP, and the ability to take this jigsaw puzzle and of 3,000 pieces, 3,000 points of diversion and places of use, and really better dig in and understand both localized and cumulative consumptive use. And I think that we feel very good about these collaboratory partnerships that Dr. Wyndham Myers is going to highlight later in thinking about the use of OpenET to better discern consumptive use and ultimately get to real-time understanding, aligning consumptive use with diversion activity, which is critical, of course, to the board's objectives and protecting water quality standards in the Delta. I want to just highlight the project that we've talked about a couple of times, the Delta Drought Response Pilot Program, and the critical work that was really provided for by the Department of Water Resources funding this program in water years 22 and 23 at $11.8 million. And additionally, I want to highlight the work of the Delta Conservancy, which is really an absolutely essential partner in managing the grants program directly with Delta farmers. It's really a great opportunity to align thinking about water use practices in terms of deficit irrigation, crop substitution, crop fallowing, and what those practices would mean in terms of actual conservation of water and the and in-stream net flow benefit of those practices. And so a big thanks to the growers, the backbone effort led by Rachel Wigington and Rachel Lane in really helping integrate really practical engagement of Delta farmers along with important metrics to measure consumptive use in the Delta. I think going back to the work of my predecessor in 2016, there was a lot of really good feeling about the 25% voluntary reduction effort across the Delta that was undertaken by this office and the board, but not a real way to measure that effort. And so I think that's where we really wanted to drill down and go deeper with the Delta Drought Response Pilot Program. Next slide, please. And again, just thinking about this effort and its distribution of projects throughout the Delta, projects at different elevations, different soil patterns, different crop types, and looking at how in measuring these actual practices on the ground, what are the corresponding savings in terms of actual crop ET as well as benefit to in-stream flow. And next slide, please. And just in thinking about the outcomes of this study, I think it gave us a better understanding of the challenges in conserving water within the legal delta. Of course, recognizing that fully a third of the farmed acreage in the delta is done at elevations significantly below sea level. So we have a constant seepage leakage interaction with applied irrigation and precipitation. And so as we think about this, we really, as Will noted, are excited about the continuing work of UC Davis, especially in thinking about through water year 26, being able to correlate ET data with data on the ground at these flux tower locations, kind of in a transect from north to south in the Delta. So we're looking forward to just continuing to refine the data metrics and using the knowledge that we got from this participatory experience involving more than 60 growers across the Delta. And so I think we're really excited about where this takes us into the future and looking at again, building OpenET as a backbone to understand and integrate data as a platform, not the single source, but we're on a journey here to use that backbone on OpenET to better refine and integrate with other water data measurement metrics. Next slide, please. So I wanted to highlight in particular a recent meeting of the DPIC program in the Delta last week, looking at levee investment, maintenance needs, and vulnerabilities. And of course, we're actually, I think, today at the anniversary, 2-week anniversary of significant seep and leak breakdown of the levee on Victoria Island in the South Delta, which is significant in a number of ways. It's the island is intersected by Highway 4, and it's also within a very close hydrodynamic perspective to the operations of the pumps and the intersection of flows in Old River and how the pumps are operated. And so there was a lot of concern about how that project or that levee failure might impact water quality, pumping operations, and other levee dynamics in the region. And so as we look at that, I think it's really important to integrate both levee management and flow circulation patterns, recognizing that most of our modeling is showing increased levels of deposition in Old and Middle River, which impacts circulation, impact water quality in the South Delta, and increasingly impact availability of water to South Delta water users. And certainly the board has heard on that issue from John Herrick of South Delta Water Agency a couple of times during the summer, but it's one that I think as the board moves forward in consideration of the water quality control plan update, it's important to think about the enactment of the water level response plan by the board in 2004 and the requirements of that program to have a continuous levee program. I think I want to highlight that we have had some really encouraging dialogue across the export agencies and South Delta stakeholders in this area. And I am hopeful that we can report some progress to you when we're back either at the end of the year or early next year with respect to specific coordination of efforts addressing both levees and the need for dredging to maintain these channels. So finally, I want to just highlight Van Sickle Island. That's the picture in the square image in the upper right corner there. It's an island in the Western Delta. It's immediately in front of the water quality control structure in Roaring River. And what you see there is about a 300-yard long sheet metal barrier that is protecting the island on the Sacramento River side. But it's also that island continues to see seepage underneath a 26-foot deep steel barrier. And so that there's continuing vulnerability across the Delta in thinking about flood risk and water operations, water quality that I think we have to really carefully bear in mind and integrate together. Next slide, please. And turning to just kind of a look at what water year, particular water issues in the Delta that were highlighted. I think I noted the water circulation concerns. We also had a 2,500 acre restoration project completed at Lookout Slough and the Cache Slough complex that will provide a great learning experience to really study the development of the reactivation of floodplain and what that means for phytoplankton and zooplankton and potential for export into the wider Delta. Again, in thinking about both levee stability and the need for dredging and integration of the water level response plan, the issues of water level stage availability really is important to continue to think about in terms of project operations and what's happening in the Delta. And we've had some really good collaborative work and modeling with the Department of Water Resources in the Monitoring and Special Studies program. That report's been delayed, but should be out first quarter of next year. So we'll be excited to share that with you as well. And finally, just to highlight Delta Science challenges, I think I want to commend Dr. Lisa Marie Wyndham Myers for just really, and her team for putting together just an extraordinary in-person conference, the first since COVID that was held in person. Really a great opportunity to share ideas and experiences and new studies across all realms of science in the Delta. At the same time as the conference was unfolding, there was also an announcement of the fall X2 reprogramming of 150,000 acre feet to export. And I think what that highlights in a sense here is the importance of how we have more transparency and integration of different points of view, I think, in public forums to actually discuss the implications of that magnitude of water level movement decisions in thinking about how we build confidence overall in Delta water management actions of this board and others, and just to ensure that we're building transparency, building community and wider engagement across this full spectrum of issues that are really linked to water quality, what we're measuring for in the Delta, and how we achieve those outcomes. So I look forward to continued dialogue with the board in those areas. And with that, let me turn to Dr. Lisa Marie Wyndham Myers to give you an update on the Delta Science program as the Delta lead scientist. Thank you.
Great. Well, thank you for the invitation to be here and share some updates from the Delta Science program. I'm in the spirit of Thanksgiving. I'm also really thankful for the topics that I've heard today. So the open data and data sharing tools that you're describing from OpenET that is near and dear to my heart, but also the wastewater recycle and reuse information and the performance reports. I mean, this is really good for me to see, and I appreciate all the presentations I've heard today. So I'm Lisa Marie Wyndham Myers. I'm the Delta lead scientist serving the Delta Stewardship Council. And we have had a very active summer and fall, and so far, not the least of which was the Bay Delta Science Conference. So thank you for changing my slides. Next slide, please. And I need to highlight here why this was so special. It was one of the most well-reviewed of the Bay Delta Science conferences over the 20 plus years we've been having these. People were just so glad to be back in person after 6 years of being online. And I specifically want to thank Dr. Laura Torticlub from your board for being a key organizer for this flagship event. I also want to thank Chair Esquivel for your warm and welcoming remarks in the plenary session, and then Watermaster Ziegler for your many roles, including this collaborative science panel discussion, which was really well attended. We had more than 808 attendees, 228 organizations were represented. We had 243 presentations, over 100 posters, and 15 art exhibits, which was a good way to have communications and think outside the box for some bigger issues. And the abstracts for all of these are online. There's a link in there. The topics that were covered, of course, were extremely broad, trying to highlight cutting edge science, then integration across different disciplines. One of the things I want to call out was the high tribal representation, and particularly a lot of discussions around Indigenous stewardship. So it was a very warm reception for many ways of knowing, and that's what makes these kind of conferences so successful, as we start to think in bigger ways than just our individual agency. So we've gotten a lot of positive feedback, and we'd welcome more insights and ideas from you all, because we are preparing for the next one, which will be fall 2026. We're pulling together interested parties next spring to start scoping that meeting. So if you'd like to be engaged, please stay in touch. Next slide, please. So that was a big win, and we're continuing momentum on some other major Delta Science Program initiatives. Some of the ones I'm going to highlight here are the Grand Challenges approach to updating the Delta Science Plan, which is required by the Delta Reform Act. The harmful algal bloom monitoring strategy, which is live now, and I'll talk a little bit about that. Peer reviews, and particularly the different kinds of peer reviews that are going on at the Delta right now, ours and the independent science boards and the National Academy of Sciences, just to put them in perspective. The Delta Research Awards and Delta Science Fellowships, the call, we're reading through all the proposals right now, 23 fellowship proposals, 66 research awards proposals, and that's a lot of work. And then finally, I want to discuss just the Delta Modeling Collaboratory. We had a kickoff for implementing this from the ground up. I'm going to cover this topic briefly here, but if you want more detail, I'm going to be giving this as my vision statement for the next 2+ years of my term as Delta Lead Scientist. I'm going to be presenting it on Friday in the Independent Science Board monthly meeting, and expect to have some good conversation about that. So next slide, please. Delta Science Plan. Okay, so the next slide is just to iterate that the first Delta Science Plan was in 2013 at the direction of the Delta Plan, and it supports the Delta Reform Act's requirement to use the best possible science in policy and decision-making. This is a document that provides the vision and goals for the entire Delta science community, not just our agency. The 2013 Science Plan included direction to update in 5 years the second Science Plan, which was released in 2019, and now we're working on the third iteration, which is going to have a fall 2025 release. As we reviewed the implementation of the 2019 Science Plan to prepare for this update, we also conducted a literature review and identified grand challenges from the visionary documents that have been published over the last 20 years in the Delta. So next slide, please. So towards some of those 2019 Delta Science Plan successes, we have established a social science task force in 2020, and it has led to some really significant actions of integrating social science with physical sciences within our agency and others. One of those was the Delta Resident Survey in 2023 that provided meaningful insight into Delta residents' beliefs and perceptions of the Delta. We also released the first annual crosscut budget in 2020, which details how annual funding across the science enterprise, across all agencies, state, federal, is utilized, and it reveals gaps and opportunities for improvement. And so that has been now released 2020, and we're just released the 2021, and we just released 2022. Additionally, the Delta Science Program released the Delta Science Tracker in 2023, which is a web-based tracking system of science activities in the Delta. It's kind of our way of tracking in a report card kind of way where things are happening and you know, where there can be synergies across them. So we covered many of these successes and our vision of the 2025 Delta Science Plan at the Bay Delta Science Conference in this Jeopardy Town Hall. And so that's photo there is Executive Officer Jessica Pearson and myself, we're kind of the Alex Trebeks of this lunchtime event, which was really well attended. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that the forthcoming update to the Delta Science Plan will be oriented around addressing grand challenges. The shorthand descriptions are in that box on the far right. And if you want to read the final essay, it's posted or will be posted very shortly at this QR link you're seeing here. We have an opportunity for public engagement at our upcoming February 2025 workshop, in which we'll be identifying strategies and tools to address the grand challenges. It's not just about talking about the challenge, it's about coming up with a solution for them. We very much support any interested staff to attend this meeting. There will be a breakout discussion through the day to hear directly from the Delta Science community and to craft the Delta Science Plan language. And all of this will come together again for a planned fall release of the Delta Science Plan, the new one. Okay, and so thank you. Next slide. Harmful algal blooms. This has not been our worst year for harmful algal blooms, but we do finally have a strategy posted. The cyanobacterial HAB strategy is on our website. Again, that QR code will lead you there. It also got a nice coverage in Maven's notebook with some descriptions of it, as well as a link to it. And the Delta Plant Interagency Implementation Committee in DPIC in April 2024 endorsed this strategy and concept, and so we're moving now into implementation. The first annual meeting is scheduled for March 2025. The board's Laura Twartkleb will be a lead implementer of this work. And when it's implemented, the product can help support regulators and communities better understand CHABs, cyanobacterial HABs, to make sure we're making better informed decisions. The HAB strategy is referenced in the Bay Delta Plan updates, and which I also want to congratulate the State Water Board on release of. The Delta Science Plan program is also currently reviewing those updates. And I go to the next slide. Thank you. And so peer review, I want to highlight basically that with our program's peer review, it's a very targeted effort that's based on a request from an external agency, and then is facilitated by Delta Science program staff with hired subject matter experts. So it's a very targeted and specific approach to peer review. Our mission calls for, again, the best possible unbiased scientific information, and so peer review is one of the core functions we use to meet that. As you can see here, we cover a wide range of topics, everything from water operations all the way across to levees. And we've been doing this since 2010. Our key role is to serve as an honest broker for coordinating these reviews. And our goals are primarily to have them be, to be really clear, they're completely transparent. All the charges are made very clear from the beginning, and the subject matter experts that are called in have distinct knowledge of the questions that are being asked by the requester. So we typically facilitate these reviews over a couple of months, and they generally evaluate completed scientific and technical processes, programs, plans, and products, with the advisors giving input on the development of earlier stages or later stages of these efforts. Again, the reviewers are responding to a specific charge, so they're getting exactly what the agency is looking for in the response, in the report. So the first one I'm going to highlight is the next slide, please. Is one that we did for the Department of Water Resources earlier this year. And this is for the summer fall habitat action for Delta smelt, in particular, the overlap of key attributes like salinity, turbidity, and food availability, and whether the actions were going to improve habitat conditions, and whether basically the science and the monitoring strategy was going to be able to detect responses. So the the goal of the review was to improve the adaptive management of the SFHA. It was not specifically to cover a specific action, but to look at the adaptive management plan. And that included both the monitoring as well as the structured decision-making, or sort of the model of how data gets used to then choose particular actions amongst alternatives. The two reviewers that were focused on food webs focused on their part, and the two reviewers that focused on SDM, or structured decision-making, focused on theirs. And there's 4 individually authored letters. Everything's on the website. You can see all the back and forth and discussions very clearly on the website. So that's one of the major roles for us, is transparency. So next slide, please. The second one I'm going to highlight is one that we did for the Bureau of Reclamation, also earlier this year, came out in April. And this was a panel of 5 experts, each with deep knowledge of Delta ecosystems and operations. And they focused on making a single report on assessing the long-term operation effects analysis for the Bureau of Reclamation's environmental impact statement, proposed alternatives. And while, and again, their goal was to show whether they, the data and structure of the monitoring was able to be used in a decision-making format. They noted that with continued diligence and incorporation of their comments, that the Bureau of Reclamation's analysis could be used to support sound scientific basis for assessing project impacts on listed species. They also found that the analyses considered the major stressors. However, some exceptions were found in the report of stressors that were not used or could have been better characterized. And they also suggested a stronger synthesis addition to incorporate more about population level life stages, a bigger analysis across life stages and different levels of population representation through time, and cross-species integration. So there were some suggestions made, and there's a back and forth again with your Bureau of Reclamation that's very useful, and that's all on the website. And just for clarity, this is being used, this has very long legs. This report has been used by multiple efforts now, including the National Academies of Science review that's ongoing right now for the Bureau of Reclamation's long-term operations decision-making format. Okay, next slide, please. So Delta Independent Science Board reviews. This is a different kind of review. We are involved in these by helping support the Delta Independent Science Board and their oversight roles and mandates. And these are different than the targeted reviews because they are self-determined by the 10-member board. And they cover any topic that they think is worth being reviewed because it needs an outside perspective. The board has been very productive this past summer with monthly meetings and comment letters and progress on topical reviews like Delta Island subsidence. That report is coming out this Friday, I believe. And they're also called out for periodic review in your Bay Delta Plan updates that you just released. They also choose other topics as they see relevant to the Delta community, of course. So let me just highlight, next slide, please, some of the ISB products. One of them is their comments on the final environmental impact report of the Delta Conveyance Project. There's been, again, several letters back and forth, and it's very nicely laid out in a series of letters whereby they're making some concerns about things like climate change not being realistically represented in the project watershed hydrological ecosystem responses, but it's worth looking at the detailed responses because they actually have been satisfied with some of what they've heard back and it from the EIR respondents, and some of which they're still looking for some clarity. The food webs review that came out, and that is one that's really asking to start for the agencies to start moving away from a reliance on species-centric models and more on a quantitative framework for incorporating food webs more across species across the system overall. And so more ecosystem level rather than species specific models. DMDU is a term that we use a lot now. So deep decision making under deep uncertainty. This has been a real push of the last year. There's a 5-part seminar series that's worth watching in terms of helping us increase our capacity to anticipate and adapt our decision making to the growing uncertainty of future conditions. The first report is out, and a subsequent report, including some publications they're working on, should be coming out early next year. The climate symposium is what they're proposing for next year, early next year, and the goal is to explore current climate projections for California, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta, and related uncertainties, and then also how organizations in the region are incorporating climate change into their decision making. So there's a draft prospectus for this that's out, and they're taking comments until November 19th about ideas for topics, people to be represented in these workshop days, and so on. So if you want to take a look at that prospectus, it is online for the Delta Independent Science Board. Okay, next slide, please. All right, funding. So this is what we are deep in right now. And the reviews are in progress. Funding is a core function of the Delta Science Program. We have 2 main pathways that are both happening right now. Each is aligned with the current science action agenda, which is how we prioritize the science needs for the Delta community. This is what arguments about what we should be doing as opposed to just, larger lofty goals. We have 66 submitted proposals, all currently in review, and all so far are very impressive in their quality and relevance. The requests are tenfold more than the funding that we have. So if you look here, they're asking for about 52 million, and we only have 6 million to be dispersed. We expect to make some decisions in December and talk with partner agencies about aligning additional funding. And ultimately, we expect to announce final results in February 2025 with expected start dates of April 2025 on. So the Delta Science Fellowships are also then nearing the end of their review period, and they really highlight amazing ideas and talent of this next generation of science leaders we have in the Delta watershed. We expect to announce later this month the selected fellows with start dates for their fellowships starting in February 2025. And next slide, please. I'm going to close with a special session we had at the 2024 California Water and Environmental Modeling Forum. It was their 30th anniversary. It was in Folsom, California. I believe Will was present at our meeting. And we had the last session of the last day, and it was a full audience to launch an initial implementation of a collaboratory. This is an idea that's been around for 30 years. We've been talking about this. But then there's been different advances along the way, but we feel it really has enough fertile ground to start growing now. And so we're going to start implementing some actions. So the session that we had focused on, what is a collaboratory, which is really, the idea is that you're collaborating and integrating modeling across different types of data, and you're using shared tools, practices, and human resources so that you can explore multiple impacts and benefits of different actions or events. So it gives you a much bigger perspective to rather than a single project approach, which is how we tend to ask questions right now. So we set that setting, that we had some use cases from collaborative efforts that are already standing up, and that we heard from the audience on how they thought this could be moved forward in a modeling framework. And so the goal was to hear opportunities of how to build this together and to leverage the potential of so many ongoing collaborations. Of course, the 5 listed here just being 5 of them. Next slide, please. So we at the Delta Science Program see collaborative modeling as critical to the emerging decisions. So the time is really now to start moving on this. With so many collaborative efforts standing up right now, our first goal is to give them legs. So hence the fish with the long legs. We want to give them some continuity into the future and also expand them into other domains so that if you're working on algal bloom data from one site, it could be used for harmful algal bloom predictions, as well as tidal marsh, food web forecasting, and so on, even into contaminants modeling. Our vision is to harness current efforts towards tools that the whole community needs for science and management. So we're not pushing for a single model. We want to build added value towards efficiency, transparency, trust, and integration for accelerating discovery through modeling. So the kind of things we would want to provide is easy to find, clean data, boundary conditions that were really clear, so you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. Clear guidance and organization for harmonization, which is especially important for tricky time steps if you're trying to move into longer time segments or shorter time segments. Clear guidance, organized training to fill knowledge gaps and work group facilitation. Documentation of foundational aspects of models, like their assumptions, the histories of how we got there and what their conceptual models are behind them. And then the last one that's just really important is visualization, just better visualization tools for communicating across disciplines, but also communicating better with everybody to make sure we're all on the same page and to better harness ideas that are coming from across the whole science enterprise. So we think these tools are going to help us evolve by promoting longevity and innovation. And the next slide, please. Our goal right now is, with our small pot of funding that we do have, is to leverage current opportunities and add longevity to them. So this is primarily through making connections, providing training, connecting people, demonstrating value, and leaning into agency and community support. And so we are suggesting that by these actions, we can pass the torch to others. And this is even people we don't know right now. And that's really the power of a collaborative setting, is you're tapping into the diversity and dedication of people and their expertise and their enthusiasm. And you're making something much bigger than a single project can achieve. So if you're eager to get involved, please write to us at this targeted email address. Or you can reach out to me personally at any time, or also just tune into the Independent Science Board meeting on Friday, where I believe there'll be quite a long discussion on this vision of the future. And then I'll go to the next slide. Just to close out by highlighting this very broad team that we have. Every one of us through these 5 focal areas works to promote collaborative science through funding, peer review, adaptive management, synthesis, and communication. We also, as a group, want to congratulate the Water Board on the release of the draft updates to the Bay Delta Plan. And we are all reviewing now the document to see where we can add value and insight to the implementation process. We'll stay engaged with you as our products and yours are developing through the next year. And we can close with a thank you slide and can take any questions.
Huge thanks back at you, Dr. Wyndham Myers, and thank you, Mr. Ziegler and Mr. Anderson. Really appreciate the update. It is an exciting time. There's a tremendous amount of work going on, and I really do feel today has been a lot about data, and rightfully so, especially in the Delta. I believe there's just a real opportunity to continue to synthesize what are a lot of activities going on, collecting data, but really taking it to that next level and having it inform modeling, and importantly, the process of bringing everyone together so we continue to see the same reality and hopefully get to some same conclusions when it comes to the actions we should all be taking to continue to protect the Delta. Is such a critical resource to the state. So just thanks for all that work, particularly, shout out as well to all the work with OpenET. Really being able to use evapotranspiration here to complete the water budget and understand what management activities are leading to, and importantly, how we can better manage the Delta through understanding this very complex system that we're all collectively managing. That work is really helping to, as you noted, Mr. Ziegler, our implementation and upgrade of our water rights data system. So the ability to kind of future-proof some of the work that's being done in water rights administration with ensuring that we can plug in ET and OpenET particularly is just really great, quiet work that continues to go on. So appreciate again the continued focus on being better decision makers amongst us, and appreciate the nod to hear the draft program implementation coming up for the Bay Delta Plan. These next years here are really critical, and there's a lot that's being synthesized. And I think we have a real opportunity to ensure that we're using the best available science and data to be the best decision makers in a really critical time here all collectively before us, and especially obviously with the board and the Bay Delta plan coming to fruition. I think there's a lot of threads that we're trying to best capture around monitoring, around science, around how we continue to ensure that a future board and all of us collectively here into the future can get better at actively managing the Delta and the many stressors that are imperiling its species, but also the communities that really depend upon it too. And just a lot to be thankful for, a lot to acknowledge here, and look forward to the future work of the collaboratory. I know that there's the co-equal project as well over with the UC that's ongoing. And so again, to your point, there's a lot of different threads out there, and it's now a really great time to be able to say, well, what's the forest for the trees? How are we all moving in the right and same direction ultimately on these discussions? So thank you. There was a lot there. I really am looking forward to digging into some of the reports, and have to give nod to the harmful algal bloom work that's been going on. It's really critical as well, even as here again, we're updating the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan update to understand how best we continue to wrap our arms around that. Knowing that with this warming climate, we'll continue to see a need to address harmful algal blooms and cyanobacteria. So thank you, thank you. Looking to fellow board colleagues for comment. We don't have any commenters on the item, so just whatever comment and question we have here at the dais.
Really, thank you. Excellent report, and I look forward to hearing more. There's a couple of topics that I'll just call out in particular interest. The Delta Modeling Collaborative that you talked about. Looking forward to hearing more about that. The climate change report, and then levees, dredging. So hopefully in future reports, you'll have an opportunity to share more on what you've learned the next time you come before us. I had a couple of questions, just questions about funding. So looks like we've got, some potential for funding, with the Prop 4 that the voters approved, and looking for any nuggets that are in there for you all. In particular, the program that is the science program that's severely underfunded with all of the interests out there. So I don't know if you've had an opportunity to go through it and see where there may be opportunities for programs, lead scientists, or through the Water Master.
I have to say I tuned out a little bit on what passed, and so that's good to know. And I think the key for us is sustained funding and directed funding for science needs, which I think really benefits all agencies in the Delta. So I'm not savvy enough on it because that's not the role that I play right now in terms of evaluating science, but maybe Jay knows something more.
Yeah, so there is a data line that is not big, but it's important, I think, in how we set up the appropriation of funds for it. So there's a 15 million data line for water data systems in the bond. And so I think it's important that we kind of coordinate board comment to DWR as the funding entity identified in the bond, and so that we're just well aligned in that. And I would highlight that I think we have a good process going with the board in thinking about implementation of Open ET programs, and have regular meetings to coordinate activities, actions, information exchange, and the like there. In the Delta, there's more than 300 million provided to the Delta Levy Subvention Program. So that's very important that we're ensuring the right kind of alignment there. And then there's our substantial funding buckets that have been identified for habitat restoration. And what I want to underscore is that I think there's an opportunity here in thinking about the Water Quality Control Plan update to bring along a series of what I would say organically supported projects that will benefit water quality, access, implementation of tribal ecological knowledge, and that we so that the process in allocating those funds that are in some of these bigger buckets are not simply kind of top-down actions, if you will, to push money out, but that also include a portfolio of projects that enhance science, enhance recreational access, enhance localized objectives for water quality, levee stabilization, and even potentially a contribution to a dredging program. The state can't do that alone. Can't run this alone. It really needs to be integrated with some local match, but in particular, what's been missing is engagement from the federal government in this space. And so I think that the opportunity to leverage funds from the bond in certain categories that are not necessarily well defined or allocated for specific projects at this point, that there's real potential to bring some of those funds along to support, as I would say, organically supported programs that may ride well with a voluntary agreement in the process. So I look forward to more dialogue with the board as we kind of look at all of those issues. But thanks for raising that question.
Thank you, and look forward to hearing more from our executive team about the bond. And then one more question, and that is on the Delta drought response. I know it was, it's pilot, but if you were king, how far could this program go in terms of, I know the preliminary results are that more in the upland areas, but if you were to look at a map and funding were no object, what could a program look like?
Well, I know Campbell Ingram's here as well as the executive director of the Delta Conservancy. I think he has some thoughts in that realm too. But I think it really offers a potential, and in particular, the year 2 experiment and looking at a reverse auction methodology, where Will wouldn't know what I'm bidding for and what I'm, but we would have objectives defined in a program, and I think fundamentally to improve in-stream flow benefit, we need to continue our science in that space. And I think we're actively doing this in the Delta Measurement Experimental Consortium and different applications of the ET data. But what we really, I think, need to dig into is thinking about the upland areas and where we can develop a mosaic of farmers. And candidly, I think the sky's the limit in thinking about this. I think there are a number of farmers that have shared a perspective that they valued their involvement in the 2016 experiment in diversion reduction. They really, I think the number of applications, I think, surprised the Department of Water Resources in terms of the DRIP program in both 2022 and 2023. And so I'm really optimistic that this kind of, that taking together the lessons that we learned in actually administering and implementing the Delta Drought Response Pilot Program could give us a pathway to a voluntary program to significantly engage farmers, especially in drought and critically dry years, to think about how they might be a part of the solution in thinking about in-stream flow benefit. But I think in thinking of correlative benefits from the program in enhancing net channel contribution, we need to think in the upland areas and then beyond the legal delta to really make an impact.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Appreciate those questions and points. Let's see, Board Member Morgan, you're good. All right. Well, just really thank again the great work that's going on. Look forward to hearing further about both the collaboratory and as the Vice Chair flagged some of the studies, but also the great open ET work that's going on. So many thanks. Really appreciate it. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick 10-minute break. What we have left insofar as our agenda is our workshop here on the clean water and drinking water state revolving fund policies. We'll get to that. I'm going to try to close out and get us out here before, obviously it'll be a late lunch at that point, but let's go ahead and give ourselves 10 minutes before we come back to item number 6 and try to close out prior to lunch. So we'll come back here at say 11:35. All right, everyone, we're at 11:35. We will now enter our workshop portion of the meeting and hear from our Division of Financial Assistance regarding proposed amendments to the policies for implementing the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds. And we'll kick things off over, I believe, to Mr. Downey. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name's Mike Downey. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors here in the Division of Financial Assistance. And the Division of Financial Assistance administers a number of funding programs. Two of the largest are the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund. And today's workshop is to discuss proposed policy amendments to both Clean Water SRF and Drinking Water SRF policies. I'm going to mention that these funding programs serve all of California. They've got a long history here in the state with the Clean Water Program beginning in 1989 and administering over $14.5 billion worth of funding. Drinking Water first issued an agreement in 2000 and has done over $4.5 billion of funding. And also before we get started, I just thought it was worth since we're talking about water-related policy, just reemphasizing the board's commitment to racial equity and the adoption of the racial equity resolution a few years ago, and just the idea that someone's race, ethnic identity, immigration status shouldn't be a predictor of someone's access to safe and affordable water and sanitation. And not only should it not be a predictor, but we need to continue the work to remind each other that it's really our differences that bring out the best insights, alternatives, and perspectives that we need to make these informed decisions to benefit all Californians and also to represent and serve all California communities. So in light of that, go to the next slide.
Thank you for that, Mr. Downey.
And before I go through the agenda, I do want to introduce the other people up here with me. I have Joe Karkowski, the Deputy Director of the Division of Financial Assistance. And then two of our Office of Chief Counsel colleagues, Tom Lawrence, who helps support the Clean Water SRF program, and Jean Fung, who helps support the Drinking Water SRF program. Thanks. So today I want to spend a little bit of time on a program overview. I know that a lot of us are very familiar with the programs, but there's plenty of communities that may be tuning in for the first time and trying to understand a little bit more about the SRF programs. I'll talk about why we're proposing these amendments, and then talk about some of the specifics. We're still in the public comment period, so I want to make sure that's clear for people that want to continue to engage. And just want to emphasize too that we are very interested in receiving comments, even though the public process is a federal requirement for the programs. We would do this anyway, and very interested in getting, again, that diverse set of input. Next slide, please. So both the Clean Water and Drinking Water programs, they provide low-cost financing. Clean water for water quality projects, drinking water for drinking water projects. The funding is administered as loans or principal forgiveness. Principal forgiveness is a lot like a grant. And then funds can also be used for administration of the programs and for technical assistance. The funding sources for the program, there's some nuance there, and the next slide will cover that. But when we're talking about loan capacity, we use the annual intended use plans to help reaffirm and identify the amount of capacity of the loan program. Clean Water SRF, over the last few years, we've been using $600 million as that sustainable loan capacity. Drinking Water SRF, about 300. The difference there is the Clean Water program is older and has had more time to revolve and earn interest, as well as it has been capitalized more by federal funding over the years. And the SRF policy is typically amended every 2 to 5 years, just to improve program management. The sibling document is the intended use plan. there's a clean water intended use plan and a drinking water intended use plan. Those are adopted every year by the board and outline, kind of act as a business plan for the funds for that given fiscal year. Next slide, please. I'm not going to spend too much time here, but you can see that funds come in through federal capitalization, and the states are required to match those funds. So that's how we capitalize the program and increase its capacity. Funds are then given out, I mentioned, through low interest loans or principal forgiveness. And then we've also leveraged both programs, which means that we have issued revenue bonds so that we can have more cash now. And essentially the board, in doing so, has stated that it's worth investing in these water quality projects now, even though we're paying interest. So we have taken on that debt. And so we're paying for that over a term of the bonds. And so that's one other way that the funding kind of revolves within the program. Next slide, please. Real quick, just going to talk about some current funding levels. So the bipartisan infrastructure law, or bill, was signed in 2021, and it supplemented the SRF programs with some additional funds. So here for Clean Water SRF, you can see that it's quite a bit more than our base program allotment. I should mention that with the inclusion of bill funds, Congress has lowered our base appropriation for the program, something that we're a bit concerned about and we're continuing to watch, but wanted to mention that. And then the usage of those funds on the right, again, is principal forgiveness, loan, and then some of that administration and technical assistance. The amount that can be used for loan versus principal forgiveness, there's a little bit of flexibility, but there is a minimum and maximum. So over the years, the board has continued to allocate the maximum for principal forgiveness possible, but it's not a huge range that we have that choice between. Next slide, please. Drinking water, very similar story. You'll notice on the right that more of the funds can be used as set-asides for administration of the program and to support small systems. So that loan component is really a lot less than what you see percentage-wise on the clean water side. Just another reason why that overall loan capacity for drinking water is lower than the clean water program. Next slide. Not sure if you can see the colors well, but the tall bars that are yellow are the bill funds that we've either received or anticipate to receive in the next 2 years. And one thing we're showing here is that there appears to be a big drop off when you get to the 2027 year, based on how Congress has been appropriating funds for the SRF. So we're already taking this into consideration as we model and identify our sustainable capacity for the programs. But want to demonstrate that this is kind of what we're planning on, how we're determining our sustainable capacity. And as we get into why we need to prioritize because of the demand versus the capacity we have, this is one aspect of that. Next slide, please. So drinking water, very similar situation. You can see the big influx of bill funds. And then we're anticipating if no new legislation happens or Congress doesn't change what they have been doing, we'd have relatively low federal incoming funds for the program. All right, next slide. So this represents the amount of demand on the program that we actually have some form of application for, even if it's incomplete. A few $1 billion on both clean water and drinking water. You can see compared to our sustainable capacity for loans, we far exceed that. And that's just what we actually have applications for. The recent needs survey that our staff do with EPA, showed that California has $65 billion worth of need for clean water projects over the next 20 years, $83 billion in need for drinking water projects. So we know that the need continues to be there. And so that's my segue into how do we prioritize with the capacity we have and the need that we know is out there. Next slide, please. So the purpose of these proposed policy amendments, one is to better manage that high demand on the program, and within that established funding capacity. We want to ensure that the priorities align with other board policy priorities. The goal is to improve timeline expectations to reaching funding agreements, both for water board staff and applicants. And then continue to improve efficiency and consistent procedures. Next slide, please. So for those that are interested in reading further, because I'm not going to go through every page of the policy today, there's a few documents you can look at posted on our website. There's the main policy text, and so that's the clean water SRF policy and a separate document for the drinking water SRF policy. And then with those policies, there's a number of appendices. So as part of this proposed amendment, we're including the financial guidelines appendix and disbursement request instructions appendix as having some updates as well. And so all of those are posted on our online. Couple other appendices I want to mention that really aren't meant to be part of this discussion, but if people have questions, please reach out, is the lead service line replacement funding program application package. And so part of the bill funds had a separate pot for replacing lead service lines. We created a simplified, streamlined application for that specific objective, and we are already utilizing that application package. We're kind of officially adding it to the policy appendix. Same with the median household income guidelines. Helps determine disadvantaged community status and how we're calculating MHI. Again, this is something that the division has been utilizing for many years, but is just officially being added as an appendix. And then finally, disadvantaged business enterprise good faith effort. This is a federal requirement associated with federal funds. And that is being currently updated. Deputy Director of Division of Financial Assistance has the authority to update appendices that don't have a material impact to the policy. And so that is currently in the plans of being updated and will likely be updated before this policy amendment gets adopted by the board. And I should add, what that does is aligns our requirement with the federal requirement. So EPA had made some adjustments to what they were requiring. Ours was still speaking to the old process. And so we're eliminating some of the steps, making it more flexible to comply with that federal requirement. So this should be a real positive change for all of us. Next slide, please. So there's a few key topics that I'm going to talk through. The one with probably the most interest is going to be scoring criteria. I want to point out, and I'll try to remind everyone, that the scoring criteria is really for the loan funds. So we're not talking about projects that are eligible for grants and principal forgiveness. The plan is for the intended use plans to continue to provide guidance on those eligibilities, which we feel is a lot more appropriate because every year the amount of funds available, may fluctuate. And the policy is meant to kind of have that overarching picture. And so we can set that expectation with loans a little bit more easily and identify how we balance that demand. I'll also talk a little bit about some of the authorities granted through the policy. There's some expanded cost eligibilities, and spoiler, nothing game changing, but just aligning with federal eligibilities. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the standardization and streamlining that we've incorporated. One more point on this is just in how the intended use plans and policy work together in a lot of ways. The policy is that base document, and the IUP can add a little bit more flavor in any given year based on the need to go into more detail or some more specificity. And in some cases, we'll include language in the IUP for a few years, almost as a trial of sorts. And if we see that this is something that's included every year, it's probably a good time to incorporate that into the policy. And so some of that standardization and streamlining is a result of that. Next slide, please. All right, so some of our goals with the scoring criteria. Again, we want to align with board priorities. So I'd love to go over in detail as we go through these scoring criteria to get your input there. Some of these scoring criteria could be used as selection criteria, and there are a few that are act as more of an incentive for action. And that is consistent with our current scoring criteria, and I'll talk through those when we get to them. One idea or one concept is to have a wider range of scores so that we can more easily identify which projects are selected for each year's fundable list so that we can do a better job of staying within that sustainable capacity. And two things that are I want to point out is, in a lot of ways, we wanted to create these pathways for funding. The scoring shouldn't be seen as there's a perfect project out there that can receive the maximum score. There's each project may be utilizing different scoring criteria, but we know that the SRF programs are diverse, California is diverse, and so there's really not a one size fits all, but there are many priorities, all of which we're trying to find that balance of getting fundable. And then another goal, which I'll point out as we go through it, is finding a way to leverage the SRF rating, the great credit we have as a program, for agencies that have less access to the market. And so that's, I think, something new that we're proposing in this policy amendment. We talk a lot about leveraging and selling revenue bonds. I think this is another great way to leverage to make sure to give access to some communities that might not have access to any sort of funding otherwise. Before we move on, a couple other points I wanted to make. One of the goals for scoring is to make it simple enough that there's not a secret formula that staff are doing behind the scenes. One way this has been successful in our current scoring process is applicants are able to kind of do a self-scoring, bring their projects that they know are going to be prioritized, because we know it can be a lengthy process to go through the application for these funds. And so to identify those projects upfront and early has been very helpful. And I think also helps with transparency and also just agreement on the scores. And finally, another goal was to still make sure we're focused on water quality, because ultimately these programs are water quality programs. It's one of the reasons these programs are with the State Water Board and not with State Controller's Office or a financial institution. And so want to make sure that still was true as we made these proposed changes. Next slide, please. So I'm going to outline and try to compare the current scoring criteria and what we're proposing so you can kind of see a little bit of that side by side. So and I do want to acknowledge that there will be an impact to some projects and how they score. And that is one of the reasons we're doing this, proposing this policy amendment. And so just want to acknowledge that, but overall, we think that the proposal doesn't totally overhaul the type of projects that are fundable. We believe that the past years, we've been scoring for about 5 years on the clean water side. We have not scored at all on the drinking water side yet. But the past 5 years has, a lot of the projects we've been funding have been those priority projects and have been consistent with board priorities. So a lot of this is kind of creating some of those pathways I mentioned earlier to make sure that some of the smaller communities, maybe those that don't have as great of access to filling out an application and need some of that help, have that way to get on the fundable list and move forward. But not anticipating a huge overhaul of who's fundable and who's not. Next slide. So we've split up the scoring into 3 sections, and that's similar to what we've done in the current policy. So currently we have a primary score. We're calling that the project score. And that's really focused on the water quality impacts of the project and just the type of project it is. The things I'd like to point out is that we're continuing to prioritize projects that are correcting a compliance issue as the, one of those highest priorities. Those that where the discharge or the effluent is impacting a drinking water source is the highest priority. Continuing to prioritize water recycling projects, and that's in line with the water supply strategy. In fact, water recycling gets a little bit of a bump here in the proposed scoring. And then, one of the new elements is considering nutrient removal. We did this just to highlight that nutrient removal currently is in a state that might be between a corrective and preventive type action, and just to encourage, leaning into that for projects now that are already planning on what that might look like for their system. Next slide, please.
Board Member Morgan, please.
Can we go back to that slide? So when I'm looking at it, so the previously, I just want to understand the change in the score being proposed here. So previously, the drinking water source score was 9 and 8. That's been increased to 10 and 9, and the water quality control plan permit or impaired water body is at 8 and 7. And so there's difference there. And so just want to understand better on that. And part of my concern there and just wanting to have a better understanding, I'm just looking for when we're looking at other beneficial uses, in addition to it being a drinking water source, that there's quite a bit of difference there. And so if we're looking at it for there's tribal beneficial uses, we have recreation, other things where there is still human exposure within that waterway, wanting to make sure that we are still being as protective as we can and getting those projects also, funding and making sure those are moving forward. So just want to understand the change in the thought process there.
Yeah, I'll point out one thing you mentioned is, excuse me, kind of that score for water quality control plan, impaired water body. So we combined those. We didn't really see a difference in need based on our going back in the data and looking at the projects we're receiving. So that's one line item, but we did increase the preventive score. Got a lot of input that, we'd like to address things before they're at that corrective level. And so wanted to recognize that those corrective projects really should be a higher priority, but having some of that prevention score a little bit higher was appropriate to make sure, you're not being penalized for not acting early. And so I'm not sure if that totally answers your question, but that was one thing I wanted to point out.
Okay, thank you. I think that's something that I would like to circle back to. I just still see a decrease with it being combined and drinking water being increased. There's a decrease there. So something I just want to flag and get a better understanding of how that works out. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and happy to follow up too. So this is the current secondary score. I'm not going to go through all of them, but just point out that in the old system, or the current system, I should say, an applicant could receive one score for one of these actions, and they're a combination of incentives. That top one is if the applicant had adopted a climate action plan, to being part of an IRWM, to providing match funds. So kind of a smattering of options. Ultimately, getting every applicant for the last 5 years has gotten a score of 3 or 2. really didn't move the needle on helping identify how to prioritize projects. We do feel like the climate action plan incentive was very helpful and helped get some more climate action plans adopted across the state. But at this point, maybe is not that incentive it used to be. So actually what we're proposing here is to eliminate the secondary score and revamp it into the next slide, which is an affordability score. And the affordability score, this is affordability is a criteria that is required to be used by federal guidance for the SRF programs. We point to the fact that we offer principal forgiveness based on affordability as the biggest implementer of that, but felt like it's appropriate for the loan side as well. And so, when we're talking about loans, seeing the impact to rates really falls more heavily on smaller communities that don't have that rate base to spread the debt across, as well as those that have that low median household income. So the top part of the graph is that nexus of size and median household income. Then we also want to include priority points for those that have that investment in their water or sewer system. So those that have or will end up having rates more than 1.5% of their median household income is what's identified there. And that touches on a few different communities, not only based on size. And then that final one is, would love to get additional comments from stakeholders also, is offering rate assistance. So the idea there is that if the applicant agency has a rate assistance program for homeowners in their area, customers in their area, they could get an additional point. And so this is one of those incentive points that would be offered. And I do think one of the challenges there is Prop 218 can make it challenging to use just regular rates to set aside for specific individual other uses that don't benefit the ratepayer. And so that's one of those challenges and opportunities to see how we have identified some agencies that are able to do something like this, typically using revenues from something other than their sewer or water rates is how they do that. So again, there could be more to be developed there, but that is our proposal. Next slide, please. The current readiness score focuses on having a complete application and then the readiness of plans and specs, 49% or over 90% plans and specs. Next slide. The revised readiness score considers a few things. So one, we're removing giving any points for a complete application, instead saying that you have to have a complete application to even be considered and scored. So if you do not have a complete application, you're not being scored, or you're getting an overall score of 0 for the year. And part of this is really trying to move that expectation that I think we've had, but may not be realistic, that we'd like to fund every project on the fundable list in the given fiscal year that they're added. It's really hard to do without complete information and inability to do all the eligibility reviews and federal consultations. So that's a large change, but feels like that sets that expectation for both water board staff and borrowers. Still giving a point for 90% plans and specs. Again, feeling that really, those that we should prioritize are those projects that are, waiting for us to be able to go out to construction. And again, that's that readiness element. And then something new is funding agreement template. So suggesting 2 readiness points for an applicant that can accept our template funding agreement. This has been posted online for a number of years. And really, to be honest, the applicants that could even be able to do that are likely going to be those with no existing debt. And so again, this kind of leverages our credit rating for those agencies and communities that haven't been able to or haven't had the need to take on any debt for funding these infrastructure projects. And then utilizing our credit rating, right, for that low interest rate. I think what this also does is it allows the communities to make sure that their legal counsel and their hired counsel and the financial folks, know upfront what they're applying for. And so, including this essentially as a certification that they would say, yes, we've reviewed with our team and we can do this. The second option is for applicants that have had a recent deal, and we're talking about less than 24 months, and can say, hey, we can rerun that same deal. We've already, and for us, it's to leverage the time and resources that went into making that first deal happen. We can do it again. So again, I think the line we're trying to straddle here is not to give preferential treatment for borrowers that have borrowed with us before, but to recognize that when we're getting down to these tiebreaker situations, we may be able to do one more project where we know that we have a path forward and leverage the work that has been done, as opposed to a brand new project that has a whole new set of issues to work through. And that's really what we've seen is this kind of ends up being that tiebreaker piece where we're getting down to what we can afford with our financial capacity and starts to think a little bit more about our staff resource capacity. Next slide. Okay, so real quick, just kind of our takeaways. We rescored every project the last 5 years and ran quite a few models to see how this plays out. And so, number one, the applicants that received high scores in the past mostly continue to receive high scores moving forward. So our water quality priorities continue to be pretty consistent. The number two was that revised scoring criteria did allow some of these smaller communities and smaller dollar projects to be added. And it allowed us to still stay within our funding capacity, because what we saw was some of the smaller communities that are getting those affordability points are only asking for a $2 million loan, $10 million loan. And so we can squeeze those in, before we fill up the list with some of these really huge projects. We also noticed that affordability points were not only limited to small communities. There were large and medium communities that were disadvantaged or had significant sewer rates, and they were being identified. We were confirmed that the project score, which is that water quality benefit, remained the most influential factor, which is right. We did not want to see communities that on an affordability basis became prioritized over some of these compliance projects or other beneficial projects, like you were mentioning, Board Member Morgan. So we thought that balance was right. And then that readiness really did seem to act as a tiebreaker when we looked through, where do we hit our funding capacity each year? And that ended up being that tiebreaker for getting on the fundable list. So when we ran it, we saw a few small communities or communities that struggled with affordability kind of slip up. And you can go to the next slide. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. But then, if you filter it to take out those projects that had an incomplete application, the fundable list looked a lot like this is our current fundable list here. It looks a lot like what we ended up with this year. So again, just that confirmation that, the people that made the fundable list this year, it's not that you're getting kicked off, but, we can identify those other communities. Hey, it's worth working on your application. You have a pathway to get on this fundable list once your application is complete. All right, I know that was a lot of time on scoring. I'm going to go a little bit more quickly through the important, but maybe less interesting pieces. So next slide. Authority. So this is one that I kind of mentioned we've already been doing in the IUP. So that point number one, when the applicant fails to meet a deadline established in the IUP, they could be removed from the fundable list. We've been doing that for a few years. but it's good to put it in the policy to make sure people are clear that that's something that the board may want to authorize when adopting the IUP. If there's a conflict of interest, not very common, but important that they cannot get funding. They would be ineligible. That last bullet point is proposing that we may not extend the repayment date. And now what I mean by that is right now, when a funding agreement gets executed, there's a construction completion date when we expect the project to be finished. And then generally, repayment of the loan begins 1 year later. What we've been starting to struggle with is the fact that we're a highly leveraged program and almost all of our loans are pledged to repay our debt commitments. And so when applicants have been coming in saying, all right, I really need to extend when I start repaying, it ends up being a conflict with what we've shared with bondholders of what the expectation is of when we're going to receive those repayments. So it is completely plausible to be making repayments on the loan while we're still dispersing funds for the loan. And so that may be something that ends up happening. That's something that's happening now because we have those restrictions. But I think it's better to be more upfront with that reality and expectation. Also hoping that we know that there are delays that are beyond applicants' controls, but where they can control it, just that encouragement to move timely and expeditiously into construction and complete that project. Next slide. I don't think I'm going to talk through every project cost eligibility. These are really aligning what EPA has either changed or clarified over the last few years as eligible costs. And so we're really aligning with the federal statutes. We're already prioritizing separately in our scoring criteria, but we continue to say that anything that's eligible federally is eligible here, and we have those scoring criteria to identify what our top priorities are. Next slide, please. A lot of this standardization and streamlining is things that we do on a regular basis. We're always looking at where we can be improving some of our procedures. So a lot of these are already happening, and we're just clarifying that in the guidelines and the appendices. So for example, what are the necessary application materials for a repayable loan versus non-repayable grant or principal forgiveness? We've been trying to be more upfront with what those differences are, and we're acting on those, but laying those out more clearly in the policy is what we're doing here. Same thing with application requirements, kind of saying, it may not be applicable in every situation. So we're not going to collect it if it's not applicable. Again, setting those expectations and giving ourselves the flexibility to only require things that meet the requirements. And a lot of that also is associated with funding sources. I'm not going to get into all of that right now, but we know that a lot of the additional funding sources we get from state funds, we kind of funnel through these SRF programs, and we have abilities to waive federal requirements and different things. So anyway, the SRF policy is really the base document that identifies what those base requirements are. So making sure we have the appropriate flexibilities to not require federal, not require federal requirements, on state funding sources. We've updated the instructions for electronic invoices, and that's a change since the pandemic. Made some travel expense adjustments where we don't need quite as much documentation in every case. We can disperse funds for land purchase a little bit earlier in the process. So pretty minor changes, but good ones to highlight. Next slide says we will pause for discussion on clean water, but given the short list of commenters, I think we're just going to keep going and then we'll take all comments at the end. So this will be a little bit faster for drinking water scoring criteria. What we wanted to do was, as much as we could, align the scoring criteria between clean water and drinking water. We think that benefits the applicants that operate both drinking water and wastewater systems. And a lot of the principles are applicable to both. So right now, the drinking water loans are not scored. They're ranked based on their category. That's a category A through F, which I'll talk about in a moment. But we thought it is time, we've been growing demand on the program, that it is time to start scoring those loan projects. And again, just talking about those that are interested in applying for a loan. Next slide, please. So that project score for drinking water, we're going to continue to utilize the categories. Category A through C, that immediate health risk, untreated or at-risk sources, going down to category F, which is just the everything else category. So this doesn't change the definitions of the categories at the moment. It just assigns a point value to them. Next slide. For affordability, it looks very, very similar. There is one additional category for drinking water, which is a small community water system is different than an expanded small community water system, because those on the water side, you get much smaller. So one additional line there, but otherwise identical to what I presented before. Next slide. And taking the same approach on the readiness. So just like the Clean Water Program, we have the posted drinking water loan template, plus the opinion letters posted on our website. And so certifying that an agency has looked at those, reviewed those, can comply with those up front. We think we can, get that project done in that fiscal year. Next slide, please. This is ongoing, but just wanted to highlight it while I had people's attention. For drinking water SRF, it is in the federal statute that an applicant must receive written approval to begin construction before you have a funding agreement with us. Now, we've always warned people that, you really can't break ground before environmental is complete. You're doing so at your own risk before you have a funding agreement with us, but this is even stricter. So something that we kind of stumbled across that we realized we needed to be doing a better job of. So really highlighting that for everyone, we're letting the applicants know, don't start construction until you've gotten approval from us, and we're going to send you a letter that makes that very clear. All right, last but not least, our proposed schedule. So we are in that comment period, and so written comments can still be submitted up till November 22nd. Our concept is that we would come back before the board at the January 22nd meeting for potential adoption. And I did forget to mention this, and as an important part, that scoring for using the new criteria would really not be applicable until the end of this year, which means it would be the new scoring criteria that is proposed would be used for the 26-27 intended use plan, which feels like the future. But the idea is that, we're going to score projects at the end of December for the Clean Water SRF program. And so this is not enough time to adjust to the new scoring. That'll also give us a batch of, kind of taking a look at how the scoring system's working. The new one would work if we were to use it in this upcoming IUP cycle. So there's a whole nother year of applicants adjusting to the new scoring system before it would be utilized. And I'll finally stop talking. Thank you. And if there's any questions from the board, happy to answer.
Incredible thanks to you and the team for these improvements. I know, we've had discussion here at the dais. Obviously, we have our intended use plan, and we have an opportunity to tweak things on a yearly basis there. But given the bipartisan infrastructure law, the influx in dollars, the continued need to prioritize, given to your good points here, just the incredible demand on the program. Appreciate these efficiencies and tweaks here to the policy. I know it's been maybe a few years since we revisited the policy, so I think it was just a great moment to be able to see how we can continue to improve delivery of just a really critical workhorse when it comes to the state revolving funds and the ability to be able to invest and fund so much of the need in the state, knowing that there's a lot of pressures between climate change, aging infrastructure, new contaminants of emerging concern, these water supply goals that we have as well. So just thanks. I think a lot of these are just common sense, and I appreciate the analysis that's been done in hindcast to the changes to the scoring criteria, just so that we have a kind of a sense of how drastic or not some of these changes are, and really seeing them as just kind of refinements of really great work that's been done to, again, help us prioritize where our limited funding should go to what is a lot of great need out there. Looking to see if fellow board colleagues have any questions off the bat. And if not, we have several commenters that we can go to. Board Member Morgan? Okay. We'll go to commenters though, and I'm sure be able to ask questions off the feedback we hear further. So let's go ahead and first call up Jared Voskuil, be followed by Angela Islas, Bethel Hasso, and then Nick Blair.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for hosting this item and this workshop. Jared Voskuil, Director of Regulatory Affairs for CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. I had a slide deck.
I think it's being pulled up right now. Thank you.
Yeah, so next slide, please. And I guess I have animations in here, so if I say next slide, it's probably like next click along. So just a quick overview for what I wanted to cover today. The first was a recap of the stakeholder advisory group meetings from the last year. Next, another was the analysis of the scoring amendments. Next, Bethel, also from Water Reuse California, will cover the non-scoring related ones, but then I'll also do next analysis of the scoring changes and then some recommendations. Next one. All right, and then just as a high level statement recommendation, we are supportive of moving the streamlining and administrative changes near term, but we request for longer time to analyze these scoring changes. But I'll show why in the next slides. So about 2 years ago, we had this final report came out on the Clean Water SRF at the Environmental Finance Center. Shortly thereafter, we had established a SRF stakeholder advisory group. Next. And over the course of 2023, for that group, we developed a subcommittee structure. Next. So we had a drinking water subcommittee, a clean water subcommittee, and an EFC report recommendation subcommittee. Next. And then in last fall, the board put out draft amendments, and we did comments on that. And then over the course of the past year, we've been meeting monthly to discuss those ideas in our respective groups. Next. And, over the course of that time, we, didn't discuss any of these details in concrete terms, but there were, allusions to concepts of what might be coming. Also over that time, we developed some shared values, which I think is really important to mention here. But one was the predictability for applying for applicants. Another was kind of the purchasing of impact. So when you're awarding projects, that there really is a meaningful impact with it. A third one was maintaining rate affordability and wanting to make sure projects are affordable for communities. And the last one was maintaining the capital improvement plan function of the fund. And so many agencies across the state depend upon the fund for that purpose. Next slides. So with regards to some analysis of the scoring changes, we just want to acknowledge the current system is working really well. Next slide. Like Mike explained, you get a few points from different areas, but typically, you might see something like this on the fundable list, total project score at 12. Next slide. And since 21-22, over 60 agencies have been placed on the fundable list for 1.7 billion in repayable loans. And so this is great work that we're really appreciative of the board for pursuing. Next slide. And so, to want to compare this current system to the new system, we have to do some conversions of the scores because they're not exactly the same. Next. So the first thing you have to do is normalize the total project score, and you're putting it on a scale of 0 to 1. So instead of looking at, you get 16 points, you can look at it more simply, just with 1 being the highest and 0 being the lowest. Next. And so there's the formula for doing that. It's a pretty basic calculation. But once you have that number, you have a normalized number. Next. And then you also want to weight that score so you can see how much is it really influencing. Next. And so again, there, it's pretty simple. You just calculate the normalized score, multiply it by its percentage as a category, then you get that normalized and weighted score. And so the reason why you do this is because you can begin to understand the influence of each of these categories. Next. And so in this chart, you can see the primary scores, the blue, the secondary scores in the green. the readiness scores in the red. The overall impression, you're really looking for here is just the inclusion of all of that and the way it looks. But if you look really closely, you see the bars on the green are identical across the board because everyone's getting the same amount of secondary points. So if you do the next slide and you remove that green out, you shrink the scale on the x-axis, but you can really start to see how much that readiness score in a lot of instances is almost as influential as your primary score under the current system. And so this is important for understanding the new system to understand these relationships. So the next slide, please. Looking at the proposed system, there's an extra point on the primary side. They eliminate the secondary points, and they have less points for readiness and a whole new category for affordability. And so it adds up to 18 points, which is why you need to do that normalizing and weighting to get a real apples to apples comparison. Next. And so, that's the way it looked before. Next. But here's the way the same project looked after. Their overall total project score was an 8, and they didn't gain points on readiness or affordability. And so this is a pretty common trend across the projects over the last 4 years. Next. You can see here, next, the way it was weighted, each of those categories. Next. And then you can see the changes when you go back and rescore the projects. Next. On the secondary score, projects were losing on average 13.5%. On their readiness score, they were losing 89% of their points in each of those categories. You kind of see the same trend on the medians, but this is going to result in projects' overall score going down, as you'll see in the next slide. And so here are the projects in blue are the way they're currently scored, but with the new changes, they all shift and slide to the left, and you really get this aggregation in 7 and 8s, which is part of where one of our concerns are right now. And I think there's some ways to address that with existing scoring. So the next slide is the way we looked at it before with the different categories. And so to really explain why did those scores move to the left, compare the next slide to this one in your mind. See, so you're losing all of the red, you're losing all of the green, you're not getting those points anymore, but you still see that big mass of blue. Next slide. And so what really is happening here is you can see on the left column, that's the old score. So projects that were 12, 13, and 14, you can see their new score on the top column. You've got projects that are 14 on the old system that are now a 7 on the new system. You got a project that is a 14 on the new system that's now a 2. You have 18 13s that are now 8s. And so this really begins to create this huddle right in the middle. Next slide. And so in terms of analyzing that impact, the way we analyze this, the projects on the green, these would have been new projects that would have been added under the current scoring system. A lot of what might characterize with the smaller projects, you see them there on the low end of that bar chart. On the far side, on the right side, those are projects that would have been dropped off of the fundable list from prior years. But right there in the middle, the orange and the yellow, those are the projects that are occupying that huddle in that middle right there. Projects that are yellow, they were on the fundable list, but they're now going to score a tie score and be equivalent to the projects that are orange that were not on the fundable list, but now would have an equivalent score. And so the question becomes, how do you make the decision in which one of those projects? You can kind of see by the height of the bars, they're all pretty comparable in size. So there are going to be some trade-offs there. But the concern for us is, agencies that are applying for this is 33 different projects that would have been impacted over the last 5 years, resulting in the reallocation prospectively of over $1 billion. And so this really raised the stakes of what these scoring changes are going to do for the fund going forward. And within the context of only having a couple of months to review this, analyze it, have them be adopted, and have them going into effect for the next IUP cycle, we do think this is too soon to rush into it without further analysis. And so quickly, I'll just highlight the changes that we thought summarily would be beneficial, and we'll also do a formal comment letter. But next slide. Like I mentioned before on the process, next. Near term, we're comfortable with the adoption of the administrative streamlining and the consensus-based amendments. I think the SRF Stakeholder Advisory Group is a great forum for you to develop an understanding of where that consensus is. Next one. But midterm, we recommend deferring adoption of the amendments until later in 25 because we do have more time and we can do more work analyzing the secondary score, affordability score, and readiness score to really make sure we stick the landing on changes there for this program because of how foundational it is for members. Next slide. With regards to the primary score, a couple of comments. Next slide. There's a creation of a new nutrient category. I note that there's not an immediate statewide nutrient policy or objective as a basis for this. But there are existing categories if there's issues with nutrients, like water quality impairments. And so we think that category is not needed as a new category. We talked about this in the stakeholder advisory group. We thought if you really want to help the Bay Area agencies, a modification would suffice for the definition of a corrective project. But also, I know that there's the removal of the water quality, Delta water quality category off this new proposal. And just the item before us talked all about Delta water quality. So it's kind of a curious change, losing that one and then picking this one up when there's existing ways to address the nutrient category near term. Next slide. And so this is our recommendation on this, just in terms of omitting that definition. Next. It's just a 4 or 5 sentence phrase insertion. If a project's in a compliance schedule, then it would qualify as corrective and you'd score higher points there. A lot of different ways you can get at this angle, but this was kind of our recommendation and thought that we'd put forward. Next one. So with regards to secondary score, next one, we recommend that you don't eliminate this one. We think it's really critical for anybody who's going to come through the vaunted Clean Water SRF program to have a climate change plan and to have other ways they can score these secondary points. So when you're removing these, kind of gates you have to step through, you can see the impact on this score where no one's really getting, affordability points or secondary points under the new system. And so you don't have a way to really distinguish those projects in the middle. And so our recommendation is this should be retained, but let's do some work to refresh the criteria so that you really can help projects distinguish there. Next slide. And so, these are the reasons and the bases you can get the point. But, climate change plan, multiple water quality impairments, we think those kind of situations should be awarded on the points. Next one. On the affordability score, next one, I think our general view is that rates and MHI are not the best way to really get at affordability right now. MHI as a tool was introduced in 1984 by US EPA. And I think we should be using 21st century approaches to understanding affordability. Next one. And so a few different ways you could go at it. You could look at the income for the lowest quintile of a service area. It's really interesting what happens when you do that analysis and you're not looking at medium household income or 80% of household medium MHI. You could also go an approach where you could consider for a project. There are a lot of projects in our member agencies that are in service areas that aren't technically disadvantaged, but the project directly benefits a disadvantaged community. And there's no recognition for that project getting special consideration when they apply. And so it affects you having hidden, disguised, disadvantaged communities that aren't able to get funding for these projects. And so through a percentile approach, you could kind of log and register this. So you could give consideration if a project is in a service area that's not DAC, but will directly benefit a DAC portion, you can give some scoring towards that for that benefit. And then another idea on the next one was an indexing approach where you can use a few different tools also to kind of develop an affordability score. You could look at CalEnviroscreen, you could look at DWRs, DACs and EDA maps. You can look at the White House's climate and economic justice screening tool, but this might be another way to really help with affordability and understanding that. Next slide. And then on the readiness score, on this one next, right now it's only 90%, is the only way you're going to get it. Our member agencies typically can't get to 90% and race to be there with the way these projects have to go, but there's no low end on this. And so in theory, a project that is at 2% would be, measured the same as someone who's at 88%. So we feel like adding another tier would be beneficial. 60% design aligns with engineering timeframes. So we kind of thought that would be beneficial. And that really is going to help distinguish a project that's a more mature one being scored versus a less mature project. Next one. And we also support only scoring complete applications. Next one. And so, this observation, these applicants can't race to wait. Next one. What I mentioned before, it's hard to get to 90% and then have to wait for the loan to get executed just because of the nature of increasing cost and other changes. So next one. That wraps it up for me. In summary, we recommend adopting the streamlined amendments and the consensus-based ones near term, but for the other ones, we recommend having some more work to work through those together to get a consensus and really understand the full scope and reach of what the scoring changes would do to the fund. And then we encourage the continued utilization of the Water Board's SRF Stakeholder Advisory Group to develop this. So happy to answer questions or otherwise give to the next commenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voskuil. Appreciate the engagement, analysis, and feedback here at this point. And just thanks. Appreciate the good work on this. Next, I'd like to call up, I don't believe Angela Islas is in the room or on the platform. So we'll go next to Beth Hasso, be followed by Nick Blair, then Debbie Mackey, Alexandra Ganell, and then our last commenter will be Eric Oriana.
Jared's got about a foot on me.
Good to see you.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you so much. Beth Olasso on behalf of Water Reuse California. As Mr. Voskuil mentioned, he was talking about the scoring criteria. We're trying to tag team to not repeat each other. So I am focusing more on some of the other issues, but we are aligned on these and just respecting your time. We first really want to thank DFA and all the work that staff has put in on this. We've had a really collaborative process talking through these with the stakeholder advisory group. And just like that, we're able to have those conversations and we get along really well in having those discussions. We share, Water Reuse shares in the board and staff's, say, frustration or frustration and lack of predictability or decline in funding. We have the BIL funds, but we do know how Congress is kind of siphoning off some of the other funds. We are all really frustrated in that. And so we understand how the board is trying to kind of get in front of that and figure out a way to make projects float to the top, because this is such a successful program and a lot of people are using it and seeing the need and the benefits of the SRF program. But as Mr. Voskuil mentioned, we think that some of the changes proposed in the draft policy amendment updates need more stakeholder discussion before they're implemented. We want to talk first about consenting to the standard funding agreement or a recent deal. We do appreciate adding the recent deal in there. And we understand and share in the desire to get projects on the list and off the list quickly. It behooves us all to do that because it opens up more funding. As staff noted, that the standard funding agreement will very likely only be utilized by applicants with zero debt. We know those are kind of few and far between. And so this, we can't see it as being a huge distinguishing factor. Staff resources we get are limited. And so we're proposing a library of standard funding agreements. So that will help if an applicant can say, hey, this is our situation, this is the funding agreement we can agree to. So there's some variability, then, that will move the project on and off the list very quickly. We're eliminating that back and forth in the funding agreement, in that timeline of saying, hey, we can agree to this, can you agree to that? But we're not just saying, hey, this is your one and only opportunity with this standard funding agreement. And it also gets at the point of, there is worry of benefiting those projects that, say, have been successful in the last 24 months. And so, if you're not one of those projects that has been successful in the last 24 months, then you still have that library to look at and you can still get those points. I think it's kind of a win-win. It gets projects off the list, but then it offers some flexibility to those projects who, don't necessarily have debt. On the offering rate assistance, Mr. Downey asked for some feedback on there. Just one note on that. Not all project applicants are retailers. If you have a wholesale, water sewer agency, they're never going to be able to get that point because they can't offer rate assistance. They are a wholesaler. One quick note on the readiness. We are looking, the kind of next tier and next progressive design build is a big issue. It's a lot of projects are looking at using progressive design build. It is more economical. It saves ratepayers money. But if you're using progressive design build, you're not going to be at 90%. So that's where Mr. Voskuil's suggestion for the 60% for readiness could come into play and be useful. It's a way to balance ratepayer funds on that side. There's a piece on removing projects. We understand that we've got to get, projects that aren't progressing and aren't putting in the time and just are behind the ball do need to get removed. We are concerned about changing the the shall the may to shall. We strongly believe there needs to be a conversation before projects renewed. Board staff have been really great at having those conversations and trying to get projects moving and on and off the list. So we really appreciate that, but we think that the shall really takes away the ability for that collaborative process before they move. So we really respectfully request that goes back to a may. Including private laterals for sewer septic to sewer conversion is something we're concerned about. We share in the state board's belief that septic to sewer conversion is important and something we are, supportive of. We appreciate, consolidations and those types of things. But the language in the draft is very broad. With the limited funding in the program, we want to make sure that every project that is selected is hitting those water quality objectives, that there is a demonstrated connection to water quality concerns and or the nexus to the homeowner's ability to pay, not just a willingness to pay. We know some of these septic to sewer conversions, the laterals don't happen because it is put on the homeowner. And in the cases where affordability is the issue, we're with you. But some people are just being really stubborn about that. And we just want to make sure that that nexus is there when we don't have a lot of funding available. On the requirement that the loan repayments start 1 year after the construction completement date, we think, so we're going to get into this in our written comments, but we just want to highlight the fact that we think more discussion is necessary to get the details right on this. By prohibiting the changing of the construction completement date so that repayment can start, at the exact moment we have in the funding agreement, we understand that's necessary for the health of the program. We understand you need that money to come back in, fair enough, but we're really concerned that if you can't change that date and then your construction isn't completed, you are going to be in non-financial default because you're not hitting that construction completement date. Staff is very, recognizes something, happens. We understand, the supply chain and there are delays. And we don't think that anybody wants any of these projects to go into default. But we think that we really need to put in some time there. Finally, our underlying concern is that the proposed amendments are, as Mr. Voskel noted, are going to fundamentally shift what types of projects are going to be successful. And as Mr. Downey noted, one of the goals is to make clean water SRF funding available to projects that have less access to the market. And while that's laudable, we're concerned if you don't have projects with well-established credit, fund health will be significantly impacted. We need a mix of both. You need our big projects to come in that have the healthy credit. We are going to have that debt, but we have shown that we can pay that debt, and that is really helpful to the fund health as well. So that's why we're asking for more time to get these funding criteria right, to make sure that we are meeting board goals and what types of projects we are funding, but also that our fund is sustainable. We look forward to further discussions and hope we can have more time to get this right. Thank you very much.
Thank you as well. I appreciate that good feedback and comments here. And I think what I appreciate is that we all have that goal in common, ultimately just maximizing the availability and ability to get these dollars out. So just thank you. Appreciate the comments. Next, I'd like to call up Nick Blair, followed by Debbie Mackey, Alexandra Ganell, and again, our last commenter, Eric Oriana. Good to see you, Mr. Blair.
Good to see you as well. I'm a little taller. Let me get this. Not as tall as Jared, but a little taller than Beth. All right. Well, good afternoon now, Chair Escobar and fellow board members. My name is Nick Blair. I'm a policy advocate with the Association of California Water Agencies, also known as ACWA. We represent over 470 public water agencies throughout the state. We really appreciate the work that DFA has been working on through the SRF Advisory Committee. It's been great to be part of that effort on the drinking water side especially, but also getting to collaborate with CASA and water use and all of our other colleagues on the advisory group as well. We have a few comments that I'll keep brief on the drinking water side. I'll definitely follow up with written comments and also bring these to the next drinking water subcommittee meeting, which I believe is tomorrow. So without further ado, first, we want to recommend reconsideration of point allocations for categories E and F to further recognize the importance of proactive and mitigation projects that prevent the emergence of projects required under categories A through D. I won't get into point totals here, but just wanted to note that and just say that the inability to address these risks in a timely manner could lead to some more serious water quality and reliability problems, which might be more expensive and complex to deal with. Second, we recommend broadening the definition of rate assistance programs to include bill payment options for customers. Next, on readiness scores, we want to recommend reconsideration to prevent penalization for initiating negotiations or changing agreements following initial acceptance of a prior template, especially if it's project specific. And then lastly, as Mr. Voskuil noted, for the clean water side, we also are hoping on the drinking water side, there can be some additional flexibility and consideration for projects in medium and larger agencies that can benefit disadvantaged communities through development of large scale projects that would have significant public health benefits to disadvantaged community residents and Californians more broadly. We think confidence in the ability for water systems to successfully complete these projects and deliver a return on investment should be a factor in determining funding. So happy to answer any questions and we will follow up for sure.
Yeah, looking forward to those written comments and thanks for the participation in the working groups, Mr. Blair. Thanks for those comments. Next, I'd like to call up Debbie Mackey, followed by Alexander Ganell, and then Eric Oriana.
Thank you. Oops. We're going to get there. This is a joke of the day. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members. My name is Debbie Mackey. I'm the Executive Officer of the Central Valley Clean Water Association. We provide representation and a way for our wastewater communities in the Central Valley that collect, recycle, treat wastewater to address regulatory issues and different challenges collaboratively. And so first of all, I just really appreciate this opportunity and the work that the staff has done so far. And the presentation this morning, the issue that I'd like to most focus on is that affordability score. And I want to say that CVICWA is generally supportive of going down a route that looks at affordability in addressing needs and other water quality needs for funding towards water quality improvements. We know that this fund the need is going to exponentially outpace what is available, and affordability does play a large part, especially in the Central Valley. With that, I'd like to provide a couple of recommendations. On the first one, specifically as to rates as a percentage of the community and medium household income. I know that there's questions as what matrix should be used, but just as it relates to that, first of all, we feel like looking at where the scores have run, rather than just having a 0 and 2 category, that there should actually be a 1 category for those that are between 100% and 150%. Second, in that area, there really needs to be a fair playing field. And I know that sounds weird, but the way that wastewater collects its fees and does things is different than water. So you might have 3 different agencies that are involved in handling your wastewater. You might have a different collection system, a different treatment system. And if you have a recycling system, you might have a different purveyor for a recycling system, or they might be the same things. And so to be able not just to have the agency, but to look at minimum, the collection and treatment as being that those 2 costs, regardless of the agencies, could be put together. that would be very helpful. But I also think there's other questions that need to be tackled in there is, what do you do with recycled water? If it's just a recycled water and we deliver it in your wastewater, your customer pays that as part of their sewer rates. Is that going to be the same as one that delivers wastewater that's offsetting potable water, and where should that count? What about those that also do stormwater treatment? So there's some nuances, and I think the idea in this is that we're looking at what the customer pays, or at least the average household income customer type pays, and how do we compare one treatment or one community against and provide that fair playing field as to what should be included and what's not. And so I think that some additional discussion needs to be put into there. And I really, I appreciate that there is those kind of things and that we are pushing things forward there. Finally, during today's, on this item, during today's discussion, it wasn't clear to me as to whether the potential cost of a new project would be included, because we've seen, at least in the Central Valley, where an upgrade has really had a huge impact on the affordability, because it really pushes them into a new category. And so that probably needs to be discussed and looked at. We weren't able to come up with a specific recommendation, and I'm seeing I'm running over time, and I do need to, okay, thank you. Appreciate that. On the rate assistance part, there's part of it that our board in Civiqua has really liked about it. However, just the way that we do our utilities and who does what is really difficult. There, unfortunately, it lost some of its funding, but there was the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program, or LEWAP, and it allowed our utilities to be able to have a third party basically come in and provide that assistance. For wastewater, that makes a lot of sense. And so instead of just having it be a specific agency, having the ability to use a program like that and maybe provide an incentive for a program like that to be developed might be another way that rate assistance could be there. Regarding the library approach that was talked about, really support that. But I did have the idea of the tiebreaker for the 1 and 2. That was new, and I feel like we'll probably put some more comments in there. But I think about some of our treatment plants and some of our agencies that, the idea of a 30-year loan was wonderful. It helped the affordability part, but this would not allow, would be a disincentive. Or if they came out for a planning loan, that could potentially be a disincentive. And so I just want to say it's an area that we want to think about a little bit more. Let me see what else we have. So just kind of that was specifically on the scoring parts, but just as an overall, we know on our side, we need a streamlining process. It does take a long time. Our agencies are having are having a hard time with waiting and the time, and we need to work that out. And I'm so glad that there is an advisory committee to try to help with that. But we do see that as a need. We also strongly encourage maintaining the capital improvement program functions of the Clean Water SRF. And we also really support including the compliance schedule as a corrective action, and the impermanent compliance schedule as a corrective action, because it is something that's really needed, and we don't want someone to go out of compliance if they don't have to. We want to encourage that. So anyways, with that, thank you. Thanks for giving me some extra time, and I really appreciate the opportunity to comment.
Really appreciate those comments. Appreciate the good contributions here, Ms. Mackey, and just thank you. Look forward to, I know will be written comment and further discussion here as to how we proceed. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Alexandra Ganell, be followed by Eric Oriana. Good afternoon. Good to see you.
Hi, good to see you too, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Staff, thank you all. Especially thanks to staff. for hosting this workshop and continuing to solicit and respond to feedback. I'm Alexandra Ganell with the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission. Just want to support the comments that have been provided from Water Reuse and CASA already. We are in support of all the comments that they've put forward. We urge the board similarly to delay the adoption of changes to scoring specifically. We would hope for a later in 2025 approach that CASA had suggested. We think this will allow for more time for continued collaboration between staff and stakeholders that has already started and really would be beneficial to getting through the details of proposed scoring changes. We appreciate that there's an analysis of the proposed scoring. I think it doesn't quite take into account all the additional points. I think it's hard to compare apples to apples. So again, additional time to really analyze the potential impact of changes to scoring because it is so critical in such a financially constrained program. We really do appreciate the prioritization of nutrients and affordability and the process streamlining, where we are in complete agreement, I think, with staff, with board, with the other agencies. These are important priorities. I think it's just in the details of implementation where we're having some discomfort that we'd like to work through a little bit more, particularly around using MHI, which I think there's an opportunity to really define affordability in a way that that we haven't had the opportunity before. So let's not lose it by just taking a quick and easy a metric. And then as far as streamlining and readiness, absolutely. I mean, we want to see things move faster, but we do have concerns about rewarding readiness points on the basis of legal templates. And so we'd like to dig in a little deeper there. We really appreciate that staff is willing to hold a workshop with stakeholders. I think that's coming up at the end of the month. And so we're excited to bring together our subject matter experts with the legal teams to really explore understanding the constraints on both sides and the challenges. And I'm hopeful that with that collaboration, that there's an opportunity for addressing some of the legal challenges. Similarly with environmental, I think that's where this readiness criteria again becomes challenging, because it's this idea that we have to wait to put a shovel in the ground in order to complete those environmental consultations. And we understand that that's not within staff's control. Those are federal consultations that have to happen. So we're hoping that there's a sweet spot somewhere in project development where a project can be far enough along to have a complete application with the information that is needed for staff to initiate consultations, but also not be so far along that applicants are waiting and losing money each day when they're delaying contractors from actually being able to start work and delaying important projects that need to get started. So just more time. That's what we're asking for, because the collaboration vehicles are there. Staff is incredibly supportive, I think, of the time that we spend together. And so not forever. We know these are important. We could all agree upon a deadline, but more time would be helpful. So thank you for your consideration.
You as well. Really appreciate those comments, Ms. Cannell. And likewise, just really appreciate the participation in the working groups. I agree. They're a really important forum for us and help us hash out what is a lot of complexity and the specifics that the various agencies are obviously operating under, and help us understand how best we can craft this in a fair way. So just thank you. Really appreciate that. And our last commenter here will be Eric Oriana.
Thank you, Chairman and board members. Eric Oriana here on behalf of Community Water Center. Apologies if my connection interrupts. There's a power outage here in the area I'm in. But I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity and staff for the opportunity to comment. I think it's really great time to be reviewing the SRI policy document, and we're continuing to develop our comments. And I just wanted to share support for the proposed changes to the scoring criteria to include affordability. Really want to ensure that when the State Water Board is financing projects, that it is really ensuring that it takes into account affordability and the need to support the communities with the most affordability challenges when it's deciding who receives funding for very important projects across the state. I wanted to flag that I was hoping to really begin the process of the SRF policy document a while ago, so I think we're a little bit delayed in what was initially proposed timeline to develop these changes, and so we'll just really urge the board to move forward with these the implementation and finalization of the document, and really just want to continue to work through the comments through our comment letter. I just want to say thank you again for the opportunity to share comments, and we look forward to sharing our comment letter soon.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Appreciate your engagement in the process and looking forward to those written comments on this. So thank you, much appreciated. And thanks for the support as well for the affordability criteria. I think it is important, and also hearing from folks wanting more time, obviously, to try to get it right. Okay, that wraps up our commenters, and appreciate, this is a workshop, so it's not a decision point. But perhaps, on the, the very fundamental request here of kind of bifurcating some of the changes potentially to the scoring criteria from some of the other streamlining provisions, just wondering what that would do on the anticipated implementation of those changes. I know we were giving some time as it is under the staff proposal to let those changes, take effect. It wouldn't affect, obviously, this current cycle we're in with the intended use plan in the state revolving funds. But if things were delayed or bifurcated on the changes to the criteria, and say something is adopted, say later in the year, would that impact ultimately when you all would be looking to apply to projects? Would it kind of extend by another year, basically, when those would likely go into effect out of sort of a fairness, or would it still be within the kind of timelines that were articulated in the presentation? Just kind of wondering.
I think for some of the items that I heard that could end up being consensus items once we, get the comments, I'm pretty sure we could come separately to the board with those. If the board directed us to spend some more time, specifically on the scoring, because there are some things that we could, I believe, integrate into the IUP, the upcoming IUPs, not the scoring stuff, but some of the other items that Mike mentioned. So, but I don't know if you all have some other questions. I didn't want to make a few comments from what I heard.
Yeah, please.
As well. I don't know.
Go ahead and
Mike,
move on to comments. That'd be great.
Anything else on that particular issue?
Just on that, with when we would implement a new scoring system, I think the hope would be that if we delayed scoring, it wouldn't be so much that it would push it back a whole nother year. I think if applicants, now that they've seen what we're already proposing, if they only had 9 months to adjust instead of 12 months, I think stakeholders were kind of agreeing that seems like that could be sufficient time.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That would be my main concern in trying to bifurcate this, was, that we kind of delay by another further year any sort of changes and improvements, especially, again, affordability and some of the other aspects are things that I think we're wanting to try to move on, but appreciate that folks want a little more time to try to get it right. We're always for that and trying to balance ultimately the action. So thank you for that. And Mr. Garkowski, do you want to, well, and really quick, I will look to the Vice Chair and Board Member Morgan in case they have any other questions they want to put out before Mr. Garkowski responds to some of what he heard. Vice Chair, please.
This was really a helpful workshop, and I just appreciate everyone's comments. And you said it right, Chair, that it's great that collectively we're on the same page about finding a way to bring in affordability. I'm just concerned that we may not quite have that balance right in light of some of the comments in particular raised by COSPA. or CASA. So I'd like to take a look at the letters, but more importantly, just have you all, have it gel a little bit more after you read the letters and see if there are some adjustments that are warranted. What really resonated for me is the strength of the fund. We want to make sure that that fund continues to be strong and that can be done with the right mix of projects.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So just want to, thank staff and, everyone who has participated in the effort to get us to where we are today. I think that I completely agree with taking a look at the affordability and getting that added in, and also just the mix of projects, providing opportunity for some of those who have not had opportunity to come to us for loans. I also just want to make sure that as we are looking at this, I kind of flagged one area earlier, and just as we're going through the scoring criteria, we're really making sure that we are not losing sight of the overall Clean Water SRF program or drinking water program, and we're continuing to move projects through efficiently. And I think that also not only goes to the the affordability, but then also I want to understand more about the readiness score. I want to make sure that projects are coming in that are ready to move forward. I heard the 60%. Want to make sure that everyone's talking and understanding what is a good point to come in, keep things moving to where, I know one of the concerns is, we do have limited funding and the growing costs, and a project comes in and then it's, 25%, 30, 40% more, that also impacts the fund. And so making sure that we're understanding the other components that impact the fund, and we're taking a bigger picture and thinking about that. And I believe that could also go into how we look at a readiness score, and when a project comes to us, to make sure that it's ready to move forward, we can get it through the system. We also want projects that move through quickly, so that we don't have them here for a long time, and we're looking at pushing them out because they cannot get through the system quickly. So I do see some areas to where perhaps taking a little more time to, think those through could be beneficial, and, and working with stakeholders to understand that piece and making sure that we are moving projects through efficiently. The other piece that I was looking at and just want to make sure, and I know there's a note on the slide 27, it's the proposed scoring criteria for drinking water SRF, and it's the categories. Historically there has been some confusion at times of what type of project fits within each category. And there is a note that says that the policy has detailed explanation for the project categories. Just want to make sure that we are providing guidance in enough detail to where someone knows, where a project may fit, and also that staff know where a project would fit. And so that, again, we don't have agencies spending a lot of time applying and then being told by one staff member that it doesn't fit, and by another perhaps that it does, or having confusion of exactly what category does it fit into and what criteria are we looking for. So I just want to make sure that, we're using those categories, and that we all have a common understanding of what those categories are, and what they mean, what type of projects we are looking at moving forward as we are going through, more drinking water projects coming in for loans. So that's my initial thoughts here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Board Member. Mr. Karkowski.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Esquivel. So really appreciate the comments and the analysis that was done. That's super helpful. And just as we move forward and we review the comments and folks are wrapping up their comments, want to make a few points. First one might be super obvious, but one, the loan capacity that Mike talked about, the policy won't impact that. So what we would get is a different mix of projects, right? Not changing the total loan capacity. If we were not going to get a different mix of projects, there's no reason for us to spend time changing the scoring criteria, right? So that's part of the expectation. So there is a challenge, or, when we look backwards at the projects, we would expect a different pool of projects moving forward because we're signaling to folks that here's what we're looking for, right? So I just want that as sort of a word of caution. We wouldn't expect the scoring to be exactly the same. If it were, there's, or the projects that would be funded or not. The other thing that, when we do that backwards look that we don't know is there are some of the readiness, Board Member Morgan was pointing this out, is the legal consultation can take quite a while. And that's why we're looking to find ways of, having an acceptable template, what we see as acceptable. And if the applicant accepts that, that speeds things up quite a bit. Or if there's a recent deal, again, that's where we, if we've already negotiated something after months and months, or sometimes years, that allows you to go forward relatively quickly. So we don't know how many folks that had applied would have accepted that and received those points, so that's an important sort of caveat to some of that analysis as well. We're not quite sure, had we had those changes, how folks would have responded or answered those questions. And, I think we all went through both, the Environmental Finance Center and the State Auditor's report. Those all came out sort of at the same time. So we're really sensitive to what can we do to improve our processes. And so part of what we're looking at is there are some fundamentally different ways we all have to engage and do things if we're going to make significant improvements. And so that's part of what we're looking for with some of the proposed policy changes and scoring. One of the other things I heard was about, looking at projects that benefit disadvantaged communities. So we can certainly examine that, but I would say that's not so much an affordability issue, right? If a project benefits a disadvantaged community, it doesn't mean that disadvantaged community is getting the benefit of lower rates per se. It's really it's really sort of a project related thing. The benefit from a low interest loan is distributed throughout the whole community. So that's why we proposed using a metric like median household income. And certainly we can explore some other affordability criteria too. So I think those are some of the main points I wanted all of us to kind of keep in mind as we move forward and we consider the comments that folks make, and certainly looking forward to further discussion with the board on the policy direction you'd like to see this go.
Thank you, Mr. Karkowski. Appreciate that. I know for myself, definitely looking forward to the written comments. I think, can you remind us as well the deadline for written comments currently?
November 22nd. Yes.
Great. Well, looking forward to hearing, reading everyone's written comments around it. And I think what will definitely be is a moment to check back with the board, brief us on where things are there. And at that point, I think can try to find consensus if there's a desire to bifurcate the improvements or changes to the scoring, and ultimately the streamlining work that is good and perhaps can move a little sooner. So I'll withhold kind of my judgment till I read those written comments, but appreciate today's discussion in the workshop. A lot to unpack. So thank you. Don't see anything further, and so we can wrap up that item. And again, appreciate everyone's contributions to what is just a really critical resource we know here in the state in helping to meet our goals on water. So that wraps item number 6, brings us to just our last 2 informational items for this board meeting. And first, start off here with board member reports on item number 7.
I do not have anything to report.
Great. Thank you, board member. Thank you, Vice Chair. I have a couple of things I'll quickly touch on. On October 22nd, I participated in US EPA Region 9's Tribal EPA Conference. Was able to attend that first day. I appreciate the real good discussions that are going on with our tribal partners, and importantly around tribal beneficial uses. There was a number of workshops and panels actually regarding TBUs and its implementation. And so just want to thank Adriana Renteria and the tribal liaisons that were able to attend. It was really important convening for us to be able to connect, and look forward to, I know, what is going to be further discussion around TBU and implementation around here at the board. Then additionally, on October 24th, I spoke at the Metropolitan Water District's event celebrating 50 years of their water quality laboratory, and here 50 years of the Safe Drinking Water Act as well. It was a nice gathering to be able to just remind us here, and I know here at our first December board meeting, we'll also be having an item around the 50th anniversary of the Safe Drinking Water Act, but great moment to just acknowledge and reflect on the last 50 years, the progress that we've made in ensuring access to safe drinking water within the state, and certainly the challenges that are still for us. So in addition then, just wanted to flag that on the 28th and 29th was with Chief Deputy John Bishop, folks from Water Rights, visiting the Mono Basin and Lake Mono. Had a really good meeting with US EPA Regional Administrator Martha Guzman and her staff, along with LEDWP, the local tribe there, the Kutsutika, and other state and federal partners to just discuss the status of where things are with Mono. And then also had a visit from a delegation from Utah attend Monday evening and then into Tuesday, where we were able to hear about some of their work going on, obviously at the Great Salt Lake, tie these two salt bodies together, and the good work that's going on to help continue to preserve them in the face of climate change. So appreciated that event. I think that actually wraps up then my board member report here. All right, that wraps up number 7, brings us to item number 8, our executive director's report. Executive Director Oppenheimer, anything you'd like to flag for that item? Are you going to, I think, maybe start baking cakes? I think will be part of your.
The drinking water celebration, I'm on cake duty for that.
Yeah.
Just a few things to flag from the report. First, under the Division of Drinking Water section, there's just a brief update on hexavalent chromium, and the main thing is it became effective October 1st. Also, under drinking water, there's a brief update on the cross-connection control guidance and regulation. And it includes some information on what the staff are doing to help implement that. That was something that Board Member McGuire had asked about at a prior board meeting, so I wanted to flag that. And then lastly, at the very end of the report, there's an update on the Irrigated Lands Regulatory Program Agricultural Expert Panel. So I'll leave it at that, unless there's questions.
Appreciate you flagging those items. I hope folks do have an opportunity to, not unlike the performance report, dig into the executive director's report. It has a lot of information there on what's going on here at the board and all the many priorities that are being moved on. So hopefully folks have a chance to digest that, because it's a really critical compendium of what's going on. And thank you for the work on that. And on the cross-connection control policy, I know I heard from, I think it was Soquel Creek, some concerns. And so I'm glad there's a note in there as to where things are in that process and getting things out. So many thanks. All right, anything on the executive director's report from our quorum of the board? Just 3 of us here this morning or afternoon as well. All right, hearing none, just thank you everyone. Really appreciate the good board meeting. We will have closed session on the Delta Conveyance Project, not on sites nor Title VI. It is 1:20. I imagine folks would like to eat. So maybe if it makes sense, we can say we'll convene at 2 o'clock here. Is that enough? 40 minutes quick for a quick lunch. All right. And in what room, Mr. Lawfer?
Conference room 2510.
Okay, great. We'll be up on the 25th floor then. And we'll have likely Mr. Lawfer or someone else come in and close us out once closed session is over. So we will be adjourned at that point. But importantly, this brings us to the end of our televised components of today's board meeting. Our next board meeting will be November 19th. And until then, hope everyone is safe, be well, and just thanks for everyone's time and attention today. See you in a couple of weeks. Thank you.